and then say, legally, I be my own body. Namune, yes, Sarabanyaki, Libari Baba, Luego de me, my own body. Namune, yes, Sarabanyaki, Libari Baba, Luego de me, Niti Sugara, I'm begging to over. Agiarina, to get Serwaro, Niti Sugara, I'm begging to
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the 9th International Garifuna Conference, hosted by the Garifuna Heritage Foundation in collaboration with the University of the West Indies Open Campus. And this year's theme is Building Resilience, Creating Cultural Capital for Sustainability of the Garifuna Heritage. And I must recognize our corporate partners, Bank of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, National Properties, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and the Mahara Mutual Life. We do appreciate your contribution and we look forward to your continued support. Just to let you know what will be happening on this day 2, we will be having 2 panels, and each panel consists of presentations, and after those presentations, we want to have a discussion. How can you join this discussion? Well, you can post your questions or comments in the chat, and we will get those questions and comments to the panelists. Also, there's an option. You can also post comments and questions to at yourmainconference@gmail.com. That's yourmainconference@gmail.com. So that's an option as well where you can post your questions or your comments. My name is Marlon Joseph, and it's a pleasure for me to be your chairperson. We had an excellent start last evening, and we are looking forward to a similar exciting day on day 2. So the first panel consists of Miss Vanessa Ben, Mr. Cecil Ryan, and Mr. Stanton Gomez. And the topic is strengthening management and operations of NGOs and community groups in the delivery of Garifuna Heritage Services. I repeat, strengthening management and operations of NGOs and community groups in the delivery of Garifuna Heritage Services. Each panel will have a moderator, and the moderator for the first panel is Anne Weinhardt, and I now call Anne will moderate the first panel.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. That's a typical Zoom question we always have to ask first, right? All right, so you can hear me well. Thank you, Marlon, for the introduction. So it's my pleasure and my honor to be part of the Garifuna Conference, of the 9th Garifuna Conference. And I will be introducing and moderating the first panel, as you said, Marlon. And I will be going straight to it and introducing the first panelist for today, which is Vanessa Ben, all the way from Guyana. And let me tell you a little bit about Vanessa before we start her presentation. So Vanessa Ben has over 2 decades of experience working in the agriculture, forestry, and broader environmental sector. She is engaged in research, capacity building, and project management at Irokrama Forest Preserve in Guyana. And she is focusing on climate change and sustainable forest management. She works and interacts closely with the communities, including community resource management, and she really values the traditional knowledge and incorporating it in all the work that she does. So we are happy to have her here, sharing her expertise and her experience with us. The title of her presentation is Strengthening Collaborative Management Actions with Indigenous Communities, and she will be presenting the lessons from Irokrama. So, Vanessa, the stage is yours. Welcome.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I hope you can hear me clearly, and I apologize for not being able to use the background. I got it working last night, but for some reason, it doesn't seem to want to work this afternoon. So thank you very much for having me on this program, this very important conference. And I extend greetings to all of you from Georgetown, Guyana. I'm about to share my screen. And I'm going to ask the question, the other Zoom question. Can you see my presentation clearly?
Yes, I can. Very clearly.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So yes, indeed, the title of my presentation is Strengthening Collaborative Management Actions with Indigenous Communities. And I'm sharing lessons from Iowa Prama, the place I've been working for almost 15 years. As I said in my opening remarks, I wanted to share greetings from Guyana, and it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge that my other Guyanese brothers and sisters have had opportunities to participate in this very important conference of the Garifuna Heritage Foundation over the years. The photograph you see here to the left is one that I got from the Facebook page of your foundation. Sorry that I have not cited it. But you would see here in the photograph, there are two Guyanese gentlemen here. There are two shows, as we call them in Guyana, or captains. The one in front here in the white t-shirt is Mr. Joel Fredericks, Tushal Fredericks. And the one behind him in the kind of peach shirt is Mr. Leonard Schumann. Tushal Lennox is photographed at the bottom because since he would have participated in your conference, and I'm not sure how much you have been in contact with him, but he sends you very warm greetings and congratulations on this 9th conference of your Heritage Foundation. The photograph you see there is his official photograph as a deputy speaker of Guyana's National Assembly. So he is very active as well in the political arena and not just at the level of his community. The other photograph, the young lady you see there, is my sister Sabanto Tokuhoro, which is her indigenous name, or you may recall her as Grace Robert Simon, as a member of staff of Iowa Prama, and she would have participated in this conference in 2020. So I bring you greetings from them all. And thanks again for continuing your linkage with us. I particularly wish to thank your president, Mr. Williams, David Darkey Williams, and also it would be remiss of me as well not to acknowledge my sister, Zoila Ellis Brown, who is the person who got me involved and informed and keeps me abreast of the activities of your foundation. So Zoila, big shout out to you and thank you. And thank you for this opportunity to share a bit of Iowa Prama's lessons. So what is Iowa Prama? The two photographs I share are scenes of part of the Iowa Prama forest. We are nested in central Guyana, and the name Iowa Prama is an indigenous one. It means place of refuge. It comes from the Mukushi language, which is one of the 9 nations, indigenous nations in Guyana, and the people who predominate this particular part of Guyana. Photograph to the left, to your left, is a kind of an aerial shot of, I deliberately put that one in there because sometimes my brothers and sisters across the Caribbean tend to think that Guyana is a very flat place. And so perhaps this is one photograph that is indicative that we do have rolling savannas and very high mountains. But the other photograph is an aerial shot of our research center. So what you see there in the center is our main building where the laboratories and dining areas and offices are. To the front here are our cabins, and this other area here are where our researchers would stay and the other ancillary buildings that support our work. So as I mentioned, we are located in central Guyana. You see there a map of Guyana, and you see like here, which perhaps can be described as a navel, that green area there is where Iowa Prama is located. And to give you a sense of context, this is where Georgetown is, if you can see my cursor. So we're right nested in this very central Guyana, in the heart of the tropical rainforest, which indeed forms part of the Guyana Shield and the Amazon forest. Of course, we're neighbored by Venezuela, Brazil, and Suriname, with the Atlantic Ocean to our north. The Iowa Prama forest represents about 2% of Guyana's landmass. We are managing just about 1 million acres of tropical forest, or about just over 371,000 hectares of forest. And indeed, what we are is a partnership between the government of Guyana and the Commonwealth Secretariat in this partnership of demonstrating how a tropical forest can be used for conservation and for the benefit of peoples not only in Guyana, but globally. How we are, our formation, our establishment, is clearly defined in an act of Guyana's parliament called the Iwokrama Act, which was legislated in 1996 and signed by our president. So at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in 1989, our then president, Desmond Hoyt, would have made this presentation to the Commonwealth Heads of Government of setting aside this area as a living laboratory for research, for the fight against climate change, and for helping to raise awareness of the importance of sustainable management of tropical forests. Our mission is to, Our mission is to promote the conservation, sustainable, and you would note the equitable use of tropical forests in a manner that will lead to lasting ecological, economic, and social benefits to the people of Guyana, and as I mentioned, not only in Guyana, but for the world at large. And how we do that, how we undertake this mission, how we implement this mission is by undertaking research, conducting training, business development, dissemination of the information, the results of our research, and technologies. And we acknowledge as well that the forest that we are managing has had managers for thousands of years. I have put that photograph of one of the petroglyphs that is found within the Iwokrama forest that typifies the presence of our indigenous ancestors who have been using and managing very sustainably this area for thousands of years. So the framework, because as I mentioned, I'm focusing on this collaboration that we share, this partnership that we share with indigenous people of the North Rupununi, the northern part of Guyana. And what outlines the framework, the blueprint, if you will, for how we are able to engage, and that entry point for our engagement is nested and prescribed within the Iwokrama Act itself, which guarantees and protects the rights and enables access to the use of the Iwokrama forest by the indigenous people in the communities neighboring the Iwokrama forest. So there's one community within the Iwokrama forest, and then there are 19 other communities with which we work very closely. I'm sorry about the background noise. I live near a public road, so I hope you can hear me clearly. But as I mentioned, this particular clause of the Iwokrama Act is that entry point, if you will, for the participation of the indigenous peoples and indigenous communities, and helping them to continue to maintain their customary user rights of the Iwokrama forest. I included a map here for your benefit so that I kind of zoomed in to central Guyana where we are. So you know that the Essequibo River is the main river in Guyana, so that's the blue one you see going along here, this kind of squiggly line. And this area here is the Iwokrama forest. As I mentioned, our mission is to demonstrate how we can sustainably use and conserve this forest at the same time. So what was done at the time when the area was outlined and designated and demarcated is that we went through a very protracted zoning process in consultation with the indigenous people to identify the various features, the very important biodiversity features of the area, where water sources are, those places that are important for different types of faunal species and floral species as well. And with that, designated it in a kind of a 50-50 share of what we refer to as the wilderness preserve, those dark green areas labeled the WP, and the sustainable use areas, what you see as the SUA. So this red line here, kind of snaking through the Iwokrama forest, is actually the road that comes through from Georgetown or Capital, passes through, the only means by which you can traverse by road to southern Guyana. So it kind of dissects the Iwokrama forest, goes on through the North Rupununi and onward to Lethem, which is the border community, not community, border town with Brazil. So if you're going to travel from Brazil to Guyana or vice versa, you will pass through the Araucana forest. You would note that the road is passing through what we have labeled the SUA, because the road is for development. It's going to be widened. Right now, it's it's an unpaved road, but there are plans to start paving. Government recent announcement said that paving into an all-weather road will commence this year. And so we recognize that that road will be widened. We will lose, more, the road corridor would widen, and thereby, have a bigger take within the Wakama forest. So the sustainable use area is where any kind of human impact occurs. And then the WP, the wilderness preserve, are like our control sites that we can now measure the impact of anthropologic activity in the sustainable use area and compare it to the wilderness preserve where nothing happens. It's kind of set aside. The other labels you see here, the other points, are the other 19 communities with which we work. So you would note that there are some that are riverine, along the Essequibo River, the Rupoloni River, and so on, and those that extend beyond Iwokrama and go further south into Guyana, into more tropical forests, and then into the rolling savannas that extend onward to Brazil, and also include the Pacaraima Mountains, the foothills of the Pacaraima Mountains, which many of you are, I'm sure, familiar with. So as we speak of how do we sustainably manage this area, how do we have collaborative management of an area, how do we ensure that the indigenous people who have, for time immemorial, have access to and use the forest as their hardware store, their drug store, their grocery, and for every facet of their livelihood. How do we ensure that that continues, that they continue their customary rights and access to the forest? For us, we see that when we speak of sustainable management of any type of natural resources, it is about people. It is not in abstract. It is not writing documents and having agreements, but it is very people involved. And so for us, we say people managing people and people managing resources are key and critical to sustainable management of tropical forests and any type of natural resource. The photograph you see there is an area shot of part of the Iwokrama forest. It's not broccolis. It's just thick, dense forest. And you will see here perhaps a kind of a dark area where we have a camp. So it is just, kind of a hole in the forest. But you can see how very intact the forest is. So I mentioned that we're working with these 20 communities. I'm sorry, the thing is going faster than I would like. And the communities themselves, from the time, I don't know. Sorry. Yeah, the communities themselves decided, and I don't know why my slide keeps changing, and I apologize. It seems to want to go faster than I am. Yes, the community itself is the communities, those 20 communities have formed themselves into a multi-stakeholder forum that is a representative body through which engagement with not only our organization, Iwokrama, but other international organizations, local organizations, I'm sorry. There. I apologize. I don't know why my slide just keeps going ahead of where I would like it to go. And it must be very distracting at your end. I don't know what to do to stop it. But yeah, so it's for information sharing. Oh dear. Decision making, they make decisions, and it was established in 1996. They have a training institute. Oh dear. Forgive me, let me stop it and let me see if I can restart it and see if I can correct the problem. it keeps changing, I probably have to take it off of this mode. Yeah, it keeps doing that, so I'm sorry. All right, I hope that everyone can see the slides still, even though I don't have it in full presentation mode. But for some reason, it seems to have some kind of animation that is advancing it faster than I would like it to go. But I believe that these bullet points that I like to share, these slides are very germane to what I'm trying to deliver in this presentation. And so the North Rupununi District Development Board is the representative body of the 20 communities with which we work. And also that representative body which engages with all the other entities, be they other NGOs like we are, with government agencies, international organizations. So the board, I refer to it as the NRDDB, the acronym, comprises the two shells, the captains of those 20 communities. They take decisions there at that level. They discuss issues related to benefit sharing, whatever information that comes through from government or NGOs, whomever their partners. They are the hubs or the means by which the information is shared with the communities. And so it essentially, this board essentially provides a very organized local and community-based forum for ensuring community-led interests and negotiations on behalf of the indigenous peoples of the North Rupununi, which now total about 8,000 persons. It was established in 1996, in the same year of Ivoprama's, when our legislation was passed in the parliament. And they found that, they found that it would be better if there's this representative body through which decisions are taken and communication and representation is made, instead of any organization going individually to each and every, community, and then there can be conflicts and, even not enough information sharing between and amongst them. So it essentially, it really works well. And what they have developed is their own training institute, where they're also looking at how do they help to address the issues of the young people of their communities, helping them, empowering them to be able to manage their resources of their own communities as they are coming up, as referred to the leadership ladder. So there is what is called the Bean Hill Training Institute. It was developed by the NRDDB. So we refer to it as being home-sown and homegrown. It is managed by them. And the training is done by the communities with assistance from NGOs like ourselves and others. And now they are established to the point where they can apply and successfully manage projects as well that are financed by international groups and by government. One of the persons who is very, very active in the communities and really has been the kind of leading light in the formation of the NRDB is a gentleman called Sidney Alico. He has served as a Tushao, and more recently would have been the Minister of Indigenous Peoples Affairs in Guyana until there was a change of government in 2020. And he used this concept of a three-legged stool, which has actually, theological groundings as well. But he uses this concept of a three-legged stool where he looks at, if you were to consider, follow my cursor, the kind of seat of the stool as sustainable resource use or sustainable management of the forest or whatever natural resources that you're speaking about. And then the pillars that uphold and ensure this sustainable use and this maintenance and conservation of these natural resources are upheld by, in the center, by the communities who have been there using and managing these resources and taking care of them time immemorial, and the various strengths that they bring, their traditional knowledge, their social monitoring skills, they work very well as field guides, their knowledge of the area, and then linking that and in partnership with, in this instance, as we're speaking of lessons from Iwokrama and what we bring. So research, access to markets, helping to disseminate information and develop technologies. And with the two partners of these two pillars engaging in business activities or training activities or whatever is desired by the communities or that comes out of this collaboration, to help to ensure that with these three, they ensure that the forests that we speak of, these natural resources, are managed in a sustainable way. The photograph here is to show, as I mentioned, to show Sidney Alico, that he was appointed in 2002 as a member of our international board. So he actually served as my boss as well. So Iwokrama has a board of directors. It's referred to as the International Board of Trustees. And we ensure that one of the members, one of the directors, one of the trustees of that board is a representative of the communities with which we work. And so Brother Alico has been holding that position and responsibility since 2002. Indeed, I thought I would include as well that he would have been a recipient of the Anthony Sadler Caribbean Award in 2009 for public and civic contributions. But essentially, as we speak about collaboration and how we recognize Indigenous peoples as not just stakeholders, a word that is maybe oftentimes bandied about, but they're also recognized as shareholders in whatever business that the center is engaged in. And so we have, I've been mentioning and using the phrase pretty often about this collaboration and collaborative management and how we work with these 20 communities within the North Rupununi through the North Rupununi District Development Board, the NRDDB. In 2003, we signed an MOU which identified those specific and common goals, objectives, and outlined the protocols to be observed through the partnership and how we collaborate. And the collaboration has gone even further. That MOU has gone even further, where we have developed a collaborative management agreement that clearly defines what the roles and responsibilities are of the partners. And they are binding, these CMAs are binding to both Iwokrama and NRDDB, to these commitments, and it essentially sets out that framework, how we will manage what is referred to as a program site of the Iwokrama Forest. We have other, so as I mentioned, the CMA that was formed, and that's an overarching CMA, but we also have others that are nested within that. So we have one, for instance, for logging operations, because Fairview, one of the communities, the only community that is within the Iwokrama Forest, is involved in logging, as are many other communities within the North Rupununi. And Iwokrama does as well have a sustainable logging operation. And so we have an agreement, which we refer to as a timber agreement, which is very specific to outlining our roles and responsibilities for that as well. And key and important in all of these agreements are protocols and very clearly stated for dispute resolution. And so if there are any issues, what are the disputes, how they can be addressed, and the process which needs to be followed. So I spoke about, the whole context of the Threelegged stool. I spoke about the representation of the Indigenous communities being at the highest level of management of Iwokrama. I just spoke a bit about these agreements that we have, the MOU and the CMAs, and how they are kind of filtered down into specific operations such as timber, such as tourism, and so on. And I thought that I would include these two kind of pictures I took not too long ago of that it's not just between the communities and ourselves, that it is a public, the public is aware, the public is made aware of these agreements, and so the public as well has the means by which they can be involved. All right, and so, and it would be remiss of me indeed not to mention that periodically ingrained in the agreements are the process of revision collectively. And so we collaborate on various things. I thought that I would share this slide here, this picture here, to show how well, we're still in the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, which has affected so many of us globally, and how we have collaborated with the Northrop Benoni to help to reach these rural and indigenous communities in the hinterland to access medical care, vaccinations more readily, and so on, so that we can help them to curb the spread of the COVID-19 in their communities. Because as we all know, indigenous communities and the indigenous way of life is a lot more communal than we have, as we say in Guyana, on the coast or in the cities. Yes? And so we also recognize that the importance of these communities, as I mentioned, we're working with these 20 communities, which are predominantly of the Mapuche peoples, but there are 8 other indigenous communities in Guyana, and they all have their own language. The photograph to the right, is what we worked with the communities and what is referred to as the Mapuche Research Unit, which is a subset of the NRDDB, which focuses on the preservation of their language and helping to pass it on to the children. So not only dealing with the alphabet and the national anthem and poems, but stories and just helping them to be able to speak the language. One of the posters and several of the work that we do is also translated into their language so that they can be put in the schools. They recognize some of the various types of animals and plants and so on in their communities, and they know the word in their language to identify them by, and not only the words in English. I mentioned here very quickly, because I know my time is probably running out, but I just wanted to give a quick snapshot of some of the things we collaborate on. So there is what is referred to as the Encompass Project. Grace, who participated in your conference in 2020, is a product of this traveling museum, this project, which not only helped to share the indigenous culture and customs and language and so on of the indigenous people of Guyana, but help to spread that to indigenous communities in China and in Canada, in Kenya. And it was very important too to enable her, this is Grace, and 2 other colleagues from indigenous communities as well, to be able to get master's level degrees in heritage studies, and they would have gotten that at Newcastle University, and that was facilitated through IWACAMA in partnership with the communities and Newcastle University with funding from the EU. The Cobra Collective, I'm sorry, this presentation was kind of put together a bit rushed, but the Cobra Collective is one that has been focusing on photo stories. As happy when I was listening to the opening ceremony yesterday and some of the presentations that came through. And indeed, I would like to give a shout out to the keynote speaker, Darius Avila, who really put the context of, the importance of indigenous ways of life and their protection and their preservation, and how that is key and important in integrating into this, what sometimes is referred to as Western development, but traditional knowledge and ensuring that the rights of indigenous peoples are respected and they're involved in everything that is done is important. I just use two more here examples, but the community monitoring and reporting and verification for RED Plus. So RED Plus is related to climate change. Climate change is affecting so many of us here, all of us within the Caribbean region. And again, congratulations to all of you in St. Vincent for your resilience after your very terrifying experience with the volcano last year. But, you know, helping to raise awareness on climate change and how to help communities to adapt and to mitigate, to implement actions that mitigate against the adverse effects of climate change. And so this community monitoring, reporting, and verification project is what IWAPLAMA did with the 20 communities we work with, and enable them, train them, 40 persons, 2 from each of the 20 communities, help them to get GPSs and so on, so that they can monitor what is happening on their own lands. And that information is fed into the national system that is monitoring, you know, changes in forest changes, you know, any pollution, anything that is happening within the forest and you know, in savanna landscape, so that as Guyana does its annual reports, what is occurring within the community is also really measured by the communities themselves, and it is a lot more valued. Yeah, and they feel empowered that they can be reporting on what is happening in their communities. I mentioned that there's business development that we have been involved in, and one of the examples that may interest you is when we work with the persons who are very knowledgeable of butterflies that occur within the forests and the savannas, and help them to develop a business enterprise which did butterfly farming, collected the pupae, you know, I did all the science about knowing which plants that, you know, are suited for which type of species and so on, helped them to find markets in the United Kingdom, and they were exporting those butterfly pupae into the UK. So all sorts of business development models, right? And as well, we work quite a lot with children through what we refer to as wildlife clubs. So helping them to understand the importance of the fauna within their indigenous lands, and helping to build their capacity as they grow and develop leadership skills, so that as the elders transition, these young ones coming up can replace them. One of the more exciting, perhaps, business development products that has come out, it's a facial cleanser called Rupununi Essence. Pardon. It uses crabwood oil, Carapa guyanensis. I know persons in Trinidad and some of you are very familiar with this species. Sorry. And the facial cleanser uses lemongrass, coconut oil, with premise mainly on using the crabwood oil, which is a hardwood tree found in the forest. It's all organic, all natural. It is anti-inflammatory, softens the skin, removes blemishes, and so on. And so we have worked with these ladies within the group is called Medicine from Trees. We've worked with them to help them to find and to engage with the key and critical scientific research institute in Guyana called the Institute of Applied Science and Technology, and they help them to refine this cleanser into something that is now sold in the supermarkets, beauty shops, and even exported. And if you look at the photograph to the right, you will see some of these indigenous ladies now working in the laboratory that is now has been developed within the North Rupununi. So it is within their own area in their communities, and they manage it for themselves. They profit from that. Some of it is plowed back into the business, and the rest of it is shared with the communities. This is a fantastic example. It has really been a success. So, you know, this and listen to some of the presentations last night, and even listen to some of the really exciting music, I thought that, and we spoke about Biokrama, sometimes people may get the impression that we only work with indigenous communities in an entrepreneurial, or maybe just within Guyana. But that isn't so. So I thought I'd share a bit of what we have been doing in the context of forestry and helping to promote more sustainable activities in forest management, with particular reference to people who are involved in timber business. So this photograph here, the one to the left, was taken in Ghana, actually in Kumasi. And a lot of the timber production in Ghana for several years has been sourced illegally. They have been persons have been going into lands where they don't have the legal right to log, and they have been harvesting those trees and using chainsaws, what we call ripping, producing lumber and selling it. Interestingly enough, about 40% of production of timber in Ghana around 2008, 2009 was being done by these, the overall production were being harvested illegally. But the flip side of it, interestingly enough, based on their reports, is that about 80% of government projects were using wood that were harvested illegally. And so it was a big problem in Ghana. On the other side, in Guyana, Guyana is blessed with a lot of natural resources, one of which is bauxite. And the bauxite industry in Guyana really took a nosedive. It had its glory days, in the 70s, 60s, during the war and so on. But getting into the 80s, late 80s, 90s, it really took a hard hit. And a lot of people who left their coastal homes and went into the interior to work in the bauxite companies, when the bauxite company and the unemployment and so on, they had to find the means by which they can continue to put food on the table. So what happened is that the people went to the very next resource which they were seeing, which was the forest. And there began illegal logging in Guyana at an increased rate. But the Guyana Forestry Commission, Government of Guyana, NGOs and so on, have been working with those communities, not only indigenous, but we also refer to, because indigenous communities are more, in the Guyana context, are more like the Makushi people and so on. But you have people of African descent, for instance, who are depending on the forest and live within the forest. And so a lot of them would have been engaged in some of this illegal forest activity. And there was a whole, and continues to be, a very strong action to help to bring them into a more organized legal establishment, helping them to become registered as groups, as associations, as their community forestry associations and so on, so that they can be able to be allocated forest concessions so that they can operate legally. And so when we speak about sharing lessons, I think this particular project is a fantastic example, at least in my mind, because we were able to have the persons in Guyana who have been involved, representatives of them who have been involved in this type of activity, share their experiences with brothers and sisters in Ghana, and having an impression of what are the challenges that they face, what are the issues, what is the legal framework that they are going through, and also how do they support their livelihoods, and what are the things that are important to them within the context of protecting their forest, because we're all within this tropical forest that we're still trying to conserve, as these tropical forests are very important as the lungs of the world. Yes? So the photograph to your right, I'm sure you would see that there is cassava here, and there's banana and plantain here. And so you have food plants mixed with forest species, where they were doing a trial of how they can do kind of agroforestry and intercropping, helping the forest to recover the replanting areas where they have clear felled, which doesn't occur in Guyana in the forest context. It only happens where there's mining, gold mining, diamond mining, bauxite. And so how they are applying these techniques in those areas and how those lessons can be shared in Guyana. And in the context of Guyana and what they have shared is how they have been able to transition from being an illegal kind of setting into being recognized into a more legal framework. And there's sometimes, we speak of the resources of the forest, these forest resources. We think of timber, a lot of time we think of bushmeat or wild meat. But these photographs I took, while I was doing some work there in Kumasi with these brothers and sisters, because sometimes we don't recognize, if you look at the photograph to the extreme right, so this is a forest officer for the Ghana Forestry Commission, and he's holding in his hand a snail. And he was so excited while we were there to have found this snail, and he was telling us that this snail was going to provide a meal for his family, his wife. They're going to do a kind of a soup. I can't remember what's the name of the soup. But it was going to provide dinner for him and his wife, well, his family, and to me, it was fascinating, this one snail, and you think of the nutritional content of it and how important it was, and how, you probably can see there in the photograph, how excited he was that he would have found this snail. So as we speak about sustainable forest management and how we conserve these very important natural resources, we're not just talking about these kind of big things, the big trees and the big jaguar or, that we see, or the anaconda or something, but also the snail. And you speak about cultural heritage and how we preserve those, and also the mechanisms by which various communities are able to manage and engage on various issues. Thought I would share these pictures as well. So important, as you know, in the way of life and the fantastic and beautiful traditions of our ancestors in the African continent, is the means, the levels by which of engagement, and how do you address issues that are affecting a community, and how important it is to speak to the chief, and how the means by which, or the mechanism through which you can engage the chief. So you'll see here that this photograph to the left is a caucus of chiefs, coming in to have this meeting, and they were addressing issues related to forestry and other things affecting their respective villages. But and so you probably would recognize those who are really the chiefs, yes? Like this one and this one here that is being covered by the parasol. In this photograph here, you might be able to see, this is me here. So these are the chiefs around the table. And I was there to have a meeting with them and to speak with them and to explain why I was there and what we were sharing and what we were learning in Ghana. But it was such a beautiful and learning experience that I had to go through these gentlemen that are at the back there, these kind of intermediaries, before I could have engaged with the chiefs. And the respect for that, and how those traditions are still alive, and how very effective they are, and how much we can learn from that. Yes? And also how the difference in their means of engagement with the ladies, with the queens. So this lady to my right, which is to the left of the photograph, is the queen of one of the villages there, a large area, a collection of villages actually. And this is her mother on the other side. And so I was able to go and chat with her. She signaled to someone and told them to go to me and tell me come. And she was very warm, and I was able to speak with her. But with the chiefs themselves, it was not the same. I was able eventually to take a photograph with them, but to understand the roles of women the role of men, and how these various mechanisms work, and how villages are able to be managed. Very interesting. And I should mention here that speaking of Guyana, the indigenous communities, there is a system of village councils, their own local government. So each village elects their own local government, which is led by the chief or the tushel and the councillors. And so they manage their thing. And 14%, over 14% of Guyana's land mass is owned by indigenous peoples. Guyana's indigenous peoples, they have title for the land, so they have ownership rights, and that area is actually going to expand because several of those communities have applied for title for their land. There are certain prescriptions you have to be, the communities would have had to be in that particular area for a certain number of years. The population will have to be a certain size and those kinds of things. Once those are met, and there's a whole what's called an Amerindian land titling process, more and more communities are going to be titled. So in Guyana, there are recognized about 220 indigenous communities, right? This line here, I just wanted to share that not only did, persons from Guyana, Guyanese go and share in Ghana, but also, brothers from Ghana, and this lady here, I believe was from Guatemala, came as well to Guyana and shared their lessons, their knowledge, the things that work well, the things to avoid in Guyana. And so that is how this whole concept of collaboration has been useful, and it helps us to supposedly help to define the things that are that should be avoided and the things we can do better. I'm coming to a close, but I thought, because of where Iwokrama is located and the fact that we are working with indigenous peoples that are not of African descent, I thought it would be important, because I'm not sure if you know that there is a community called Barakara, which is within the county of Berbice, so close to neighboring Suriname, and it comprises, and is the only known Maroon village in Guyana. So these Maroons, as we know, would have been slaves who escaped from captivation and who went into the forest and established their own homes. I thought I would share it because I think that more and more, and this fantastic work that the Garifuna Heritage Foundation is doing, it would be fantastic to be able to engage with them, to help to share your knowledge and the experiences of persons, not only within St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but the other countries, Belize and so on, where other Garifuna brothers and sisters are, and also to engage with them to know of the experiences that they have. All right, so that is what I wanted to share with you this afternoon, perhaps in a bit of a rushed way. There are lots of things that we're engaged in, as you probably picked up. But you can get further information on Iwokrama. We are on Facebook, we are on Twitter and Instagram. But I've also shared our official websites. This is iwokrama.org and iwokramariverlodge.com. My name is Vanessa Ben. My email address is vben@iwokrama.org. Thank you very, very much for this opportunity to share some of the lessons from Iwokrama with regard to collaborative management of tropical forests. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you so much. I am sure this time did not do this project any justice. It seems to be extremely multifaceted, such different subsections in this big project. As you said, there's a webpage, people can contact you directly and maybe learn a little more. By the way, we will have a question and answer session at the end after the three panelists finish their presentations. You are welcome to write questions in the chat. We can collect them and then maybe ask them later, or just note down your questions and then you get a chance to speak to the panelists at the end. All right?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry if I went over my time.
Oh, don't worry. It was so interesting. I'm sure you could have gone on a lot longer still.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving straight on to our second panelist, our very own Vincentian Cecile Ryan. So let me also give you a brief introduction. Cecile Ryan, he brings with him an extensive experience in the area of community and human resource development, including human settlement, natural resource management, organizational development, the design and implementation of community-based economic projects and small enterprises. And he has also designed monitoring and evaluation methodologies and conducted research to determine their successes. So he has seen them through from the beginning to the end. He has worked as a consultant in the area of human resource development for over 30 years, doing assignments not only nationally and regionally, but also internationally in other Commonwealth countries. For example, in Kenya, Australia, Zambia, and South Africa. He has studied in Toronto and has acquired a training in behavioral sciences to the master's degree level in urban geography and the PhD level in educational planning. So his community contributions are, amongst various others, that he has been a lead host for 24 years of the premier talk show program Issue at Hand on the WeFM radio station here in St. Vincent. He has served as a chairman and a director on the boards of WinFresh until 2019. And he has been a principal administrator for 20 years and programming officer for 25 years of the Project Promotion Limited, or PPL, which is a prominent NGO in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So welcome, Cecile. He will present a presentation which is titled Strengthening the Management and Operational Capacities of NGOs and Community-Based Organizations for Effective Delivery and Heritage Services. So I'm welcoming Cecile to the floor. We're all yours. Cecile?
Sorry, I didn't unmute my mic, so that's better.
We can
Thank you
hear
very much. Thank you very much, and doing a very good job so far. I want to give thanks to Vanessa, first of all, for a beautiful presentation, very informative, but also to remind me on her map, reminding me of a place in Guyana, Latham. I was there sometime in 2001 as an election monitor. So that was a pleasant memory. I was able to step over into Brazil because the border, the boundary for Brazil was right next door. So thanks again, Vanessa, for that reminder. I just want to greet everyone, and I hope everybody's fine and doing what is necessary and possible to avoid COVID-19. I thank the organizers for inviting me to address the 9th International Garifuna Conference under the theme Building Resilience, Creating Cultural Capital for Sustainability of the Garifuna Heritage. I want to commend the Foundation and the UWI Open Campus for uniting their resources to organize this very important conference. And even more so, I want to give serious and strong commendation to the efforts of the Garifuna Foundation for its work in helping to sow the seeds and for growing popular consciousness about the Garifuna story as a basis for action. So the topic that I've zeroed in on is strengthening the management and operational capacities of non-governmental organizations and community groups for the effective delivery of heritage services. And I hope, some of what I'm going to say, of course, is no stranger to people, but I hope you're able to understand my points, and perhaps even if you don't agree, I hope they'll be able to make sense to you. So I begin on the premise that, first of all, the delivery of heritage services requires an identification of such services, the context for the delivery of such services, the roots of the issues that the services are meant to address, the nature of the services, and of course the modalities to be used for their delivery, the associated costs, and the institutional framework and organizational capacities of the entities to deliver the services. It follows that in order to be in a position to deliver heritage services, it is necessary to define and identify heritage resources at the root of the conversation, being heritage services must flow from a material base, always must flow from a material base. And in the present context, the source or sources must be defined as embedded in the Garifuna experience. So taking heritage to mean monuments, objects, inherited traditions and culture, Garifuna heritage, broadly speaking, must necessarily embrace and concentrate on Garifuna physical and intellectual resources in the current and historical forms, recognizing that their existential base, again, is material. And I want to just emphasize that because, sometimes we don't focus on that enough, in my view, and that the origin of the struggle is materially based. So following this understanding, the range of Garifuna physical resources include the spatial and geographical locations where Garifuna people have lived. So immediately, the 300 acres or 1.2 square kilometers island of Baliso is a significant landmark in the historical account and accounting in the case of the resistance by the indigenous people in the first instance, and in the second, the exile of the Garifuna population. So disregarding the quote legalities, if you like, or dispute with respect to the entitlement, the geographical fact is that Baliso is an island located 10 miles, if you like, 16 kilometers southeast of mainland St. Vincent and about 1 mile north of Mustique. And it is part of the nation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, of course. And also we need to remember that the fact is indisputable that in 1797, under the suzerainty of the British Crown and the colonial state then, rounded up and forced up to some people have it as high as 9,000, but I have about 6,000 Kalinago warriors on the island of Baliso during the war that followed the death of Paramount Chief, now first national hero of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, His Excellent Joseph Chatoy. And the Kalinago warriors really were fighting to defend their lands and sovereignty. Despite their stout and valiant effort, they were overcome by the military might of the British invaders and were subsequently banished on Baliso, a very harsh and hostile environment for human existence, with no food, no water, and many of the exiled warriors perished. The survivors were transported in conditions of suffering to Raton Island. So the Baliso chapter was marked by resistance, land theft, genocide, and subsequently a perilous journey into exile at the hands of the British to Raton Island and thence to Central American countries such as Belize, as we have heard, Honduras, Guatemala. So this whole episode is central to the Garifuna account. In the same way, Raton Island is also central to the Garifuna account of exile, resettlement, survival, and struggle. But the full story is yet to be illuminated and exposed because these experiences were hurrying. They need to be, and hence, here is part of the mission of the delivery, in my view, delivery of heritage services. These islands exist today They are part of the historical legacy of the Garifuna experience and journey, and therefore they represent natural monuments and artifacts of the Garifuna story of resistance, genocide, exile, and survival. The islands are used still to enable foreign invaders, or offsprings, if you like, of foreign invaders, to plunder land resources and safeguard subsequent wealth generation. The rest at the core of the Garifuna experience, and therefore must be counted in the legitimate claim for and the accounting of compensation and reparations. Objectively and historically, Garifuna language, music, dance, food, and visual art, etc., make up the array of resources that must be counted in the inventory of the cultural manifestation of living heritage, as they are all rooted and have emerged from the history of the Garifuna resistance. All of these manifestations, yes.
I am so sorry to interrupt you. I'm not sure if you want to use your camera, but we are not seeing you.
Well, my camera was not turned on, that's why.
Okay.
I can turn it on, but my preference was not to, but I can turn it on.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to check if you wanted to put it on, but there was some problem. No problem. I'm sorry for the interruption. All right.
All right, let me finish anyway. All of these manifestations have material particulars. And again, I said they're rooted in material, they have a material base. Hence, they possess value. It is this value that counts and must form the basis for resettlement and reparation consideration. It is the work of NGOs and CBOs to enlighten broader community of interest on these essential questions. There are actions that lie within the service mandate of NGOs and CBOs. They must be equipped and tasked to provide such service. So the action of various the action of various and many emanating from this mandate. Among them are activities surrounding building popular awareness of the Garifuna legacy and the Garifuna story, including construction of communities of interest and support, networking and building community consciousness, seeding alliances and organizing for popular action at the level of nation, international, and also to network, reclaiming and emphasizing Garifuna language, mobilizing and organizing for the greater and broader recognition and legitimacy of the Garifuna cause, making the Garifuna cause a sustained and sustainable existential matter by linking Garifuna music, food, language to everyday living. And these actions are based on and are conditioned by a number of prerequisites. For example, documenting oral history, rewriting the account of resistance to British and French invasion and piracy. Also developing geographical maps that depict the original home of the Garifuna people and chart the journey into exile. Using all available media to document, catalog, and popularize Garifuna music, dance, food, and visual art for the use in building community and popular awareness, retrieving artifacts and collecting and restoring existing monuments that relate the Garifuna story to of resistance, genocide, exile, survival, and struggle. Holding music and art exhibitions, conferences as we do now, organizing concerts and music festivals to expose Garifuna musicians and their creations, using existing media platforms to distribute information on Garifuna culture, and being able to mobilize resources to fund programs of activities. So the foregoing is an agenda for action, and NGOs and CBOs are well placed to implement this action agenda based on a number of considerations, including the following. NGOs and CBOs are less likely to be politically partisan, which sometimes hinders resource mobilization and work effectiveness. They are more likely, that is, NGOs, CBOs are more likely to maintain political neutrality. Not necessarily the individuals within this group, but the unit as a whole. And they are less perceived as being politically partisan. NGOs and CBOs can operate and function with some measure of flexibility in the execution of their programs. NGOs and CBOs operate in a better space to provide for greater accountability of and transparency in the use of resources. As a consequence, they are more likely than state agencies to be successful at mobilizing resources needed to finance their action agenda. The existing environment is enabling right now for the execution of this action agenda. The prospects are enhanced by two facts. One is the political, and the other, more or less, the technical. Well, the political and historical, but also the technical. And here's the thinking. The political historical has to do with the efforts of the regional governments and educational institutions to push for reparations for acts of genocide and land theft from indigenous peoples, enslavement of Africans, and colonial exploitation. Indeed, having started in 2001 in Durban, South Africa, actions have intensified for reparatory justice against genocide of indigenous people and enslavement of African peoples. Admissions of guilt has pushed individuals and institutions in the United Kingdom to contribute funds to programs at the University of the West Indies. Two cases bear this out. Follows. Last year, for example, a British citizen, Bridget Freeman, agreed to contribute US $500,000 to the University of the West Indies Development Fund out of guilt because she benefited from wealth generated from slavery through marriage. Earlier, the University of Glasgow had agreed to enter into a £20 million reparation program with the UWI, apologizing for its financial participation in the Caribbean slave economy. These efforts have served to create and are creating an environment for consciousness raising among the popular masses and a context for fundraising to enable this agenda of action to take place. The technological factors concern the enhanced environment for mass communication, documentation, and information sharing via electronic media that are used as means for processing and storing information, and as such platforms for mobilization. Both are central to the delivery of heritage services as outlined above. At the end of the day, able management and operational capacities and capabilities are critical elements, and hence requirements in the ability of NGOs and CBOs to deliver heritage services. Here's part of the reasoning. First of all, NGOs and CBOs need to have or put in place and exercise responsible and effective leadership. Their operations must be guided by democratic principles. Their program contents and mode of delivery must be designed for purpose. They have to be able to adapt and adopt management and monitoring mechanisms for service delivery effectiveness and change. They have to be able to put in place and follow financial accounting systems and procedures that are transparent and accountable. And this requires ongoing personnel training and retraining in relevant areas, and to have in place a sound institutional and organizational framework in order to be able to educate and inform members about issues impacting the work of organizations or the groups themselves. So resources are necessary and critical to any program of action. Funding for training in this respect is a necessary requirement for sustainability. So it's important to note that the delivery of heritage services is much more than recognizing, preserving, excavating, displaying, or restoring a collection of old things. It includes taking action to address the historical wrongs and injustices that were perpetrated against the Garifuna people. It means embarking on new initiatives and supporting the range of contemporary activities and behaviors that give enlightened meaning to the history of the Garifuna people. Against the foregoing, there is the need to strengthen the capacity and capability of NGOs and CBOs for the effective delivery of these services, even to strengthen their institutional and organizational capacities and capabilities and that of their members. And all of this require fuller conceptualization because the task is ongoing, and these demands would be there always, and we have to prepare ourselves, and ready our organization to take them on and resolve some, if not all of them. And of course, what I've said is not the complete body of what needs to be done, but I think we can draw from that. What we can draw from that is some kind of minimum program that would start us on the way forward. I hope what I said makes some sense to you and that you're able to use some of those ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cecile. Thank you very much for the presentation. So as you said, there's a lot of businesses and ideas we could tap into, but at the same time, there's a lot of things that need to be considered and taken care of, and training that needs to be done and is required to also be successful in those various ventures. All right?
Certainly.
All right. So please stay with us for the Q&A session a little later. Okay. All right. And we're moving straight on to our third panelist, a union knight. We have Mr. Stanton Gomez, who will be our last panelist for this first session, for panel 1 that we have today. So again, let me give you a brief idea who Stanton Gomez is and what work he has done. So Stanton Gomez is a freelance organizational strategist and community leader who values dedication, service, and excellence. Stanton brings unique perspectives gained from his battlefield experience, empowering persons to take advantage of their untapped potential. Stanton is the founder and director of Radio Grenadines Incorporated, an NGO offering multimedia and communication support to other NGOs, community service organizations, government agencies, and multiple private sector businesses. And I believe it's based in Union Island. Correct me if I'm wrong. In 2014, he spearheaded a UNDP-funded project to bring communication support to over 40 community organizations in the island of the Grenadines. As a chairman of the board of directors for tourism on Union Island, he is currently leading a project that will transform tourism information delivery for Union Island. He has earned a Bachelor of Science degree in management from the University of the West Indies, and he has also completed studies in NGO professional management, also from UWI, and innovation and entrepreneurship from the Universidad del Desarrollo in Chile. He is a final year MBA student at the University of the West Indies at the St. Augustine campus, and is keen on using analytics and artificial intelligence to supplement his current work. Yeah, so effectively bringing tourism and various projects into the future in the Grenadines and St. Vincent. Welcome, Stanton.
Hey, good night, everyone. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Annie. Good night, everyone. please allow me to adopt the protocol that has already been established. And I want to say thanks to the Garifuna Heritage Foundation for inviting me. I feel very privileged tonight. I want to start with a quick poll. I'm going to paste a link in the chat. And if you could just click that link and I'll try to get the results up here. Right. So, which one of these areas do you think present the greatest challenge for NGOs and CBOs today? So we're seeing 4 votes, 5 participants. So far, finance is in the lead of the I'm going to give you guys a couple more seconds. We have 9 votes so far. We have about 30 participants. So far, finance is the leading opinion on challenges faced by NGOs. Right, so we're going to stop the poll. We're going to stop the poll now. We take it that finance is the popular opinion. So let me get another screen share started. Right, so connect again, and I'll be presenting tonight on organizational efficiency against the backdrop of external challenges faced by the Bequia Heritage Foundation, and this is under the broader focus area of strengthening management and operations of NGOs and community groups in the delivery of heritage services. So NGOs are organizations that are non-political, non-profit, non-governmental, and they are accountable to stakeholders involved in welfare and socio-economic development of people. And there are 3 levels of NGOs. We have the grassroots NGO, which is to the very bottom of that triangle, intermediary NGOs, and international donors NGOs. And of the 3, the international donors are smaller in amount, and they're usually larger and more organized. And we have the grassroots organizations, which are larger in number often, but smaller in size. NGO management is an emerging subject in academic discussions. The debate is on and in the NGO executive circles, whether NGO management should be a distinct discipline from public and business organizations. And you could see NGOs also run side by side the other sectors, the commercial sector and the government sector. And we have 3 management models here. We have the Taylor model, theory of scientific management. We have FAIL, which which gave the popular theory on planning, organization, command, coordination, and control, and we have Max Weber, bureaucracy. Because of their distinctiveness in vision, mission, organizational culture, goals, and values from these other two sectors, the commercial and government sectors, NGOs are expected to have management systems that are different from traditional management thoughts given by known persons with like Taylor, Fayol, and Webers. The survival of an organization also depends on its efficiency and effectiveness. To be efficient and effective, a conscious effort of proper management of the organization is a must. So we would now go into the case of the Bequia Heritage Foundation. The case is centered on the Bequia Heritage Foundation, an NGO trust registered in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and is dedicated to preserving and promoting Bequia's history and heritage for future generations. Bequia is the second largest island in the Grenadines and is part of the country of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's located about 15 kilometers from capital city Kingstown. Bequia's earliest inhabitants were pottery-making Amerindians dating back to the first centuries of the first millennium AD. They came in large dugout canoes in successive waves of migration up through the islands. In 1829, Bequia boasted 9 sugar plantations of sizes varying from 100 to 1,000 acres. And in early 19th century, Yankee whalers frequently ventured south to the Grenadines in search of their catch. So whaling and the processing of whale products was a familiar activity on that island and in the country overall, most particularly to those living in the south side of Bequia. Whale oil and whalebone were valuable exports and also an important source of lubrication, medication, fuel for lighting, and raw material for furniture and construction. The island's rich sailing culture dates back to as early as 1799, where settlers were seamen, shipwrights, and carpenters, with an abundance of indigenous white cedar on the island. The development of the boat building tradition was natural.
Stanton, excuse me.
Yes?
For interrupting. Your presentation is not flowing. I think you're stuck on the initial page in the PowerPoint, and you might have to adjust your screen sharing. Yes. Thank you.
Let me just share it without...
Yes, now we can see it. Thank you.
Between 1923 and 1990, 153 ships were registered as having been built in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 71 of which were built in Bequia by 37 of the island's boat builders. The largest wooden ship ever to be constructed in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and moreover, in the whole of the Les Antilles, was the Gloria Colta, weighing in at 182 gross tons and 165 feet in length. It was built in 1938-39 by Reginald Mitchell on the shores of Admiralty Bay. The Bequia Heritage Foundation is an NGO trust registered and dedicated to preserving and promoting Bequia's history and heritage for future generations. The NGO was founded by Patricia Mitchell, with the objective to collect material in order to preserve cultural identity and share this knowledge among youths in the community. The 5 trustees are the working members of the committee, with a small amount of volunteers. From 1984, covering a span of 35 years, the foundation embarked upon what they refer to as the Marathon of Collection. Herman Belmar, the current chairman and trustee of the foundation, was the youngest member at the time. He received training on 2 occasions, having been attached to the heritage museums overseas. Nicola Redway was involved in personal research for over 25 years on Bequia and later joined the foundation as a trustee. The collection started with whaling and boat building artifacts. This influenced the establishment of a boat museum initially. Residents of Bequia collected artifacts even before 1984. Some persons had collections spanning generations. Neil Oliver, pictured here, was a famous harpooner on Bequia, and he had the first known museum for paintings and whale implements. The foundation broadened their focus on heritage, which attracted a wider cross-section of the community. They saw themselves as the custodian for culture and heritage artifacts and sites on Bequia. People donated maps, charts, photographs, and they wanted to know that the history was preserved, and persons felt that their donations will be well taken care of. Amerindian artifacts were collected shortly after Hurricane Ivan eroded a section of the beach. And the foundation felt that they were beginning to have a voice on the island. Some of the immediate challenges were storage. Most of the items collected were stored at homes in boxes. Other challenges included deterioration of items, metals, bottles, and photographs. The foundation needed a controlled environment for preservation of the artifacts. The boats and implements acquired prior to 2013 were stored in 2 sheds at 2 separate locations on the island. And here we have some milestones of the foundation. In 1984 to 86, they began the purchasing of lands with the intention of setting up the museum. In 1986 and to 1989, they started relations with the Barley whalers, and the last sailing type whale boat by the name of Fate was bought. In 1989 to 1990, they also purchased another whale boat and harpoons from former whaler, and this boat was named the Dart. In 2013, they opened the first building structure at Friendship for boats. So the first boat museum was opened at the location where the body lands. And in 2013, a Carib-type canoe was bought, built by the descendants of Amerindians of Martinique, Dominique, and Guyana. And it was delivered by the French government. The foundation received significant buy-in from the community. The museum was telling the story of Bequia, its cultural identity, and visitors to the museum left with knowledge of where Bequia and by extension SVG has come from. The excitement can be seen during school visits, and children can often relate to the items that they might have seen in their homes. A significant livelihood ecosystem exists within the tourism sector. Taxi drivers, who are also considered volunteers, shuttle tourists to the museum, and oftentimes taxi drivers take pride in conducting tours and even attempted to demonstrate to their guests the whaling tradition using the whaling implements at the museum. Apart from the display of artifacts, visitors to the museum can view 2 in-depth PowerPoint presentations with detailed background history, maps, charts, commentary, documentation, and early photographs. Reproductions of rare Bequia maps, postcards, and books are available to purchase, and an admission fee of $25 per person is charged, with good discounts available. Children under the age of 12, the admission is free. The operations at the museum is managed by 1 paid staff along with supervision from the trustees. The strengths of the organization. Trustees attribute their achievements to teamwork, communication, and personal skills, with each having their own skill set. Nicola has a keen eye for displaying items and has previous experience in research, art, presentations, labeling. She's meticulous and good at personal interaction, and her ability to share stories are described as key success factors. Herman Belmar is proficient at maintenance. He uses his prior training in heritage services for research and handling artifacts. He brings a rich family history and knowledge of whaling. Wendy is an expert at sourcing donations and good at finance. Eileen is a decision maker, very knowledgeable and meticulous. Louis Mitchell has a long career in law and was the former chairman of the SVG National Trust and often leverage on our network. The Foundation is very much aware of the need to maintain transparency and trust with donors and other stakeholders. Progress reports from projects are communicated to donors and other stakeholders. The Foundation strives to improve their voice for heritage preservation on the island. They are open to having more volunteers that are dedicated and ready to work. Some of the other notable attributes are research capabilities. Along with the local knowledge from trustees and other residents, the Foundation leverage and expertise through cordial relationship with several archaeologists and historians across the region and internationally. Institutions such as the Barbados National Museum, New Bedford Whaling Museum, Kendall Whaling Museum, and the Philadelphia National Museum played an integral role in forming the foundation for the museum in Bequia. Succession planning, which you will also see on this slide. In recent years, 4 new persons joined the Board of Trustees following retirement or passing of their predecessors. As the profile of the Foundation continues to grow and activities of the Bequia Heritage Foundation become more well known, they seek, on one hand, to keep the leadership steady, whilst at the same time bringing other trustees into more active roles so that if a vacancy should occur for any reason, persons are ready to step up. They're not without challenges. The Foundation faced multiple challenges, finance being the major factor that hindered the growth and expansion of the Heritage Museum. Their income relies solely on revenue from museums, admissions, related merchandise sales, local fundraising efforts, and from donations. The construction of the museum complex has been made possible primarily through significant funding by the Grenadines Partnership Fund, as well as generous donations by private individuals and Bequia lovers. Donations are sporadic and are invited based on the need to fund a major project. And the Foundation is considering the implementation of membership fees after the expansion of membership. Grant funding is seemingly difficult to obtain, and it's so the view that assessing grants from organizations such as UNESCO is a tedious process. Early in the formation of the Foundation, there were challenges in getting the buy-in support from other organizations such as the SVG National Trust to protect several areas on Bequia, such as the Lime Kiln site on the island, which is believed to be the best kept in the Eastern Caribbean. The onset of the COVID-19 pandemic hampered plans to integrate the museum that was opened in 2020 into the educational system with planned school visits. As a result of the subsequent fallout of tourism admission fees fell significantly. In the face of these challenges, they continue to use their voice and platform through the museum for the preservation of historical sites, artifacts, and the protection of the natural environment. And what does the future hold for the Heritage Foundation? Plans are laid for the expansion of the museum into existing lands to establish a cultural village. Living exhibits will include cassava processing, basket weaving, wood carving, boat building, plus the planting of crops such as indigo, cotton, sugar, and cassava to augment the history of their growth on the island. This, along with plans for cultural performances, will require significant fundraising, which is part of the focus of the foundation over the next 5 years. Other plans include enlarging the museum's role in the education system to include student groups of all ages, continuing the fight for the preservation of Bequa's heritage when it's under threat, example buildings, significant ruins and artifacts, increasing linkage with other regional and international museums that are similar in both content and size. Despite the challenges, the Bequia Heritage Foundation stayed committed to their vision and mission, taking care of the external environment as well as its operations. In order to be effective and well managed, they maintain good relationships with donors, the state, and also involve the community. The organization itself is a final stakeholder. While working for social development, an NGO should always be held in high esteem in the eyes of other stakeholders by exhibiting commitment to its mission and transparency in its operations. An NGO should also be finding ways to be sustainable, because a sustainable organization may have more confidence of the community and other stakeholders for far-reaching effects on society. So I leave you with the question of what would you have done differently? And that was my presentation. I want to thank you for listening in. My contacts are on the last slide.
Thank you very much, Stanton, for this very specific example of how cultural heritage is being preserved and presented in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, more specifically in Bequia. So at this point, we open the floor to questions to either one of our three panelists. So we had Vanessa Ben at the beginning with her example of An Lessons Learned in Iroquois. Then we had Cecile Ryan talking about challenges and possibilities for CBOs and NGOs. And then Stanton Gomez with this very specific example of the Bequia Heritage Foundation. So if you have any questions, you can either write them in the chat or you can unmute your mic and ask the panelists directly. Any questions from or you might have to, I'm just realizing you might not be able to unmute your mics. You might have to type your questions in the chat, please, if you have any questions. No questions to any of the panelists?
I have a question.
Mm-hmm. Yes, please.
All right. My question is to Brother Gomez.
To Stanton Gomez, yes. Mm-hmm.
The same challenge we also have because we're dependent on the tourism. But have you been able to consider partnering with other organizations in different countries and doing like online course? Because I've seen where like promoters of concerts, they still did their concert with the height of the pandemic, but they were able to use the online platform to promote what they do. So even online of the museum to offer what you have and also get paid for it.
Right, I will certainly pass on that suggestion to the foundation. Thanks for that.
Yes, thank you. Any other suggestions, questions? You can raise your hand and then one of our administrators will unmute you, or you can type your questions in the chat.
I had another question.
Please, go ahead. Please.
Another
Yes.
question regarding the use of the land. I believe it was our first speaker. About the use of the land for the indigenous sustainability. How has conservation affected that process for the indigenous people?
Thank you for your question. So the use of the Irokrama forest, I believe you're speaking about, the traditional use of those resources by the indigenous peoples continues. They can come, for instance, and hunt deer, they can fish and so on, but not for commercial purposes. So you can hunt a deer for your home or for your community, depending on what activity there is or so, but you're not allowed to come and shoot 20 deer at a time. So that has not affected them in that way. And remember that they have their own community lands as well, which they manage. As a matter of fact, within the Irokrama Forest, there is one community named Fairview, and they have opted to use the same management protocols that we apply for the management of the Irokrama Forest, for the management of their area, which is 22,000 square kilometers. Because we are certified by the Forest Stewardship Council for Sustainable Forest Management Principles. So we are FSC certified. And they are managing their resources inclusive of their timber operations. They've gone through a whole zoning process too of natural resources management, where they've identified where they will have different, where the conduct of different types of activities will occur. So for instance, where they will have homes and up to what area they will extend, where burials will take place, areas designated for agriculture, farming, conservation of some areas, like some of the trees that are specific and important to their heritage and so on. So yes, it's working well. And as I said, the collaborative management agreements that we have and we share with them helps to define, those responsibilities. And if there's any time where there's need to be some change or some concern, we do that through a process of collaboration and joint decision making. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it did, because I'm concerned because, if, for example, here in Belize, we, the Garifuna people, our drums are very sacred to us. And it's getting costly because of the conservation to one extent. The builders, the makers, they have to go further. And now, like the skin, some of the skin they have to import, get from somewhere else outside of Dangria, so that adds to the cost of production. We have a dance, for example, the Wanaragwa. Some people call it Jampunu. And there's a crown, and that crown is beautiful with mirrors and feathers. Traditionally, there were feathers from birds, and that was a pride. But now they're expensive and difficult to get. And so now some of the feathers, they're the synthetic feathers now. Some people don't feel the connection because currently there's a connection between that living feather, so to speak, although it's half the animal, but they call it living feather versus the synthetic feather. So those are some of the challenges. So that's why I was asking that to get an understanding of what they're doing to survive within this challenge. Because in the old days, my grandfather used to tell me that, so when he used to make his boat, you don't cut trees as you please. There's a certain time. The moon controls so many things that we do, even in birthing, but we find that is changing. And one of our customs is that we have what we call a dugu ceremony. As part of that dugu ceremony, before the initial drumming and everybody gathering and stay in the sacred house. They go to the keys because I do go, honey. It's becoming a challenge because the keys are being sold. We're not owning the keys, you know, where we used to go. No, in Garifuna there's a word, apusara. Now when it was for government and you have all the right to it, no, you don't. So apusara means that no, you go and beg lodging with somebody. So that is becoming a challenge. So I wanted to know how that was affecting them. But I'm glad that there's this partnership. Now we have to get permit to fish, permit to everything. And once you don't have that permit, then you have to lean on those who have the permit. So everything is becoming costly because of it.
Yeah, but do the Garifuna peoples have title to their land though? For the communities that they occupy, the lands that they occupy?
But the lands that we occupy, we don't have like communal land rights per se, like our Maya brothers and sisters who have been fighting for that. So we have, this is like, for example, a Garifuna land, a Garifuna town, because the Garifuna go develop this town, but anybody can live here and then you get your own title. And so that has become a challenge soon because of tourism and because of economic hardship, some people are selling, they sold their land along the coast, especially in the Garifuna villages. And then so now the investors are coming, there's a challenge. Sometimes you have to stand up to them because they wouldn't want you to pass, except from the beach from their area as locals, but I have had to stand up and challenge. I tell them, as long as there's a law that I can pass from here, you keep this area clean for your business and as a tourist, but that does not stop me from passing, you know. And many people, they prefer not to deal with those issues, but me, I will pass because I want to, and I have a right to. So those are some of the challenges that we are encountering. So because we're not owners of that space per se anymore, because it's not like the communal land rights where people live in the community, but you don't have a title for that land per se, but the community has it. No, we don't have that. But the Mayan communities are fighting for that.
Thank you for sharing. Very interesting.
Yes, thank you for sharing. I mean, this is the idea of this conference, that we share each other's obstacles, challenges, and at the same time can help and support each other, bring forward ideas, build on these ideas, and develop new strategies. So at this point in time, we're going to close the Q&A session for panel 1. If you still have any comments, any kind of questions, you can still write them down in the comment section. And I'm handing back over the imaginary microphone back to you, Marlon, and panel 2 will start shortly. Thank you very much to all the panelists for tonight.
Yes, special thanks to our panelists for those dynamic presentations, and thank you, Anne, for doing a good job in being the anchor. So we have panel 2 coming up next. Special thanks to our sponsors, our corporate partners, National Property, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Mahara Mutual, and National Property, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and of course, special shout out to the University of the West Indies Open Campus, who have collaborated with us in presenting this international Garifuna conference. It is now time for us to take a musical break, and then we'll be back with panel 2. some done by Aurelio, and he's from Honduras. And I remember in 2019, he was part of the Vinci Homecoming celebrations here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines when he came as part of the delegation from the Garifuna diaspora. So we getting ready for panel 2, and panel 2 topic is strategies for survival and sustainability, pursuing social and economic goals in the context of cultural development. And the panelists are Mrs. Tashika Haynes Bob, Dr. Andrina Bermudez de Lorenzo, Dr. Gwen Nunez Gonzalez, Dr. Karen Martinez, and Dr. Marikis Alvarez. And the moderator for panel 2 is my colleague, Dr. Kimberly Palmer. Kimberly? Over to you, Kimberly.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. I just seem to need to get my camera on. My apologies. You can't see me. Can you spotlight me again? Actually, I have my video on and I'm unmuted. Apologies, everybody.
We're hearing you.
Yeah?
Yes.
Well, that's a start. That's it. That's a good start.
And we're seeing you.
You can see.
But you're more into the background.
Oh.
Merge within your face.
Oh. See, I thought I didn't have the background up. Maybe I should just stop the video if it's distracting. We had tried to do that earlier to put the background, but it was having a lot of technical issues. So I'll just stop the video and read it out. Thanks so much for helping me with the tech issues. Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much to all of our attendees and panelists, and a great big thank you to TGHF, as usual, for having such a wonderful event. I would like to introduce our first panelist, Dr. Gwen Nunez Gonzalez. Dr. Gwen Nunez Gonzalez is an advocate for the preservation of the Garifuna language. She has an online Garifuna class and publications and teaches Garifuna through Furunde Garifuna. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Good evening, everybody. It's good to be here. I want to thank the foundation for its great work. COVID has given us a space to connect no matter where we are, and I've tried to embrace this space. I've learned about Google, I've learned about Zoom, I've learned about Canvas, so many other platforms, thanks to Mr. Google, Mr. COVID. So I bring you greetings, and I speak on the strength of my ancestors, those who saw it fit to ensure that Garifuna survives. Although we are challenged with the language, we, as the gatekeepers, have been blessed with the knowledge to share the knowledge. And so I honor those who have passed on and who kept the fire going. And I also honor the others who are in the struggle, from Urume to other Caribbean islands, to Belize, United States, Nicaragua, Guatemala, that is Guatemala, and wherever they are, I honor you. And so I want to pay homage to my ancestors, to those who ensured that they stood up against the French and the British. Alagudahena, Nubara Kato Funasa, Tinarubo Kato, Alagudahena, Nubara Kato Funasa, Tinarubo Kato, Ona Babana, Ibiriwo, agabana mugabu magiye ona babana awo ona babana aigiriwo agabana mugabu magiye ibasage pishigo libe biara awo ibasage pishigo libe biara awo libe ibiriwo sobose tebuge andishigo yeti bebiara awo ibiriwo sobose tebuge andishigo Well, I got involved into the Garifuna movement because from a little girl I've seen my grandmother involved, Marcella Lewis. God bless her, that she has passed on. And when she was not able to anymore, she told me, my granddaughter, the onus is on you. You have the task to ensure that the Garifuna language and culture survives. I was like, wow, what a tall order. But with the strength of my ancestors, and foremost, with the strength of the grand architect, our God, I am doing what I have to do. The loss of language is sad because of the conquerors. And according to the United Nations, it states conservative estimates suggest that more than half of the world's languages will become extinct by 2100. The majority of the languages that are under threat are indigenous languages. It is estimated that one indigenous language dies every 2 weeks, and that is scary because there's so much richness in a language. You will learn a language and you'll hear the history, the songs, the music. It tells a story. So I saw the need to maximize on the use of technology to create a space for teaching Garifuna. This precious gift, which was created in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where our roots are still grounded, must be cherished, must be at the forefront of survival effort. So I will share my PowerPoint presentation here. All right, so I'm a part of many efforts, but the two major ones that I am a part of that is active in the teaching right now is my online school called Threelegged Garifuna, which means Learn Garifuna, and also the Yurume project. So the Yurume project group's Garifuna class is called Wayanwa Garifuna. Let us speak Garifuna, and that's our website you can visit, the yurumeproject.org. Right now we are embarking on the second year of our teaching, and so that's a website that you can visit to hear more about us. And so the platforms that we've been able to use, we have Google Meet, Google Classroom Space, Zoom, the email, Messenger, and WhatsApp. How are we getting this great work going? For the Threelegged class, learners are placed in cohorts. So I have different groups that because they start at different points in time. And they're given a link to visit their virtual space. So I put the work on in the Google Classroom, and they work on their own pace during the week. And then I record the lessons because you need to hear the voice in Zoom, and then I place it in the classroom, and they are able to go back, listen, and then do the worksheets. There are different worksheets that they must complete. And then the WhatsApp is used to create chat groups. So we also put them in chat groups where daily interactions are held. And I also post challenges for them. The challenge include a song. Maybe we learned a new song. So I would sing the song, record it, put it in WhatsApp, and I say, okay, I need a challenger. And they will challenge each other. And also, I use the WhatsApp to give individual support to the learners. They then would record, I would record something, or I ask them to record something, they record it, they send it to me, I listen, then I know, okay, they need to brush up on this sound. So I repeat that sound, I repeat that word, I send it back, and then back and forth until they get it. And that has been very beneficial, right? So that space is used, maybe it's a poem, maybe it's a little jingle, you know, and we have fun with that. Then on Sundays, each court logs on into Google Meet for an hour. Then we have interaction, we build on the work that was presented during the week, or if there's something, some concept or topic to be reinforced, then that is also done. And we do games, we do activities, songs, and juicy, rich discussions. The first cohort, they are not ready. They're able to read Garifuna. You give them and they read. Although most of it they're still not understanding, but majority they can understand. So because we only meet once a week, and they as well, when they have time, like I said, we do that interaction with WhatsApp, but they need more discussion time. It has to be a conversation. That's the way you learn the language best. Conversation, conversation, conversation. So after a while, once you know that they're at a comfort level, we hand them over to a partner. And that person is somebody who is fluent in Garifuna. So a fluent speaker is paired with a student, and they meet through Messenger, WhatsApp, Zoom, and they have the oral discussion to practice the language. The duration, this online has been happening for over a year with participants from the United States. We have Belize, we have England. We had students from Uruguay, but because of the eruption, then they really couldn't continue. But we are hopeful that as soon as they can, they will join online, and we will help them to learn their language of their ancestors. So the learners, the competency varies. We have teenagers and adults who came with knowledge that the Garifuna language exists. They know that it exists, but they can't tell you a word, but they know it exists. Others who understand basic words, others who speak Garifuna, but need help in formal speaking, reading, and writing. So we take them to a different level. It doesn't matter which level you are. We're here to assist. The Wayanwa Garifuna classes online began last year via Zoom and Facebook and Google Meet. Students were given a link and they logged on to participate in the session. This year, we are asking the students to register, so they've registered. So we have over 100 people who have registered. The primary school, they started last week, Saturday. They are face-to-face. And then the majority will be online. And so tomorrow we kick off. So we have them grouped off. And I've been able to train facilitators to help with it, develop the curriculum that we want them to use. And so we're kicking off with that. So we're all excited about that, right? And then the registering and being face-to-face, at least that will help us to better manage and better assess the impact of what we're doing. Because online, there were some people that didn't appear, then they appeared when we didn't have any formal registration or anything. And then so we weren't able to really measure, right, holistically. So that's what we want to do this year. The learners are from primary school, age, so adults outside of the formal setting. It doesn't matter where you are, whether you're working outside of your home or inside of your home. If you're going to school, we encourage everybody to log on. We have level 1. Those are the students who don't know Garifuna any at all. Level 2 are those who understand but don't speak well. And level 3 are those who understand. So there's a space for those speakers to just talk about anything in Garifuna. Right? Last year we were able to talk about elections in the US. We spoke about our issues in Belize. We spoke about family issues. Whichever topic, we counseled each other, all in Garifuna, giving the support so that the language can be used. And some of our participants were so happy because in their household, they're the only Garifuna speaker, but then they're in an area where there's no other Garifuna person. So they were happy to log on and participate with that space. So the benefits of online: learners work on their own during the week. The material is available for review and guide the learner. Learners can connect with each other no matter where they are in the universe. Because what some students have done in the different cohorts, they form study groups online. They're in different parts of the United States and also in Belize. And they form study groups and they log on and they do their thing. And by the time we meet as a group on Sundays, they are ready with their work, they have their questions, and then they would have gotten that extra support from each other. The gadgets can be used to connect on other sites to access, create games, and other enhancing activities. Some of the students, because they also have teachers in my class, and they were able to teach me too. One of our teachers created an online activity with the work that I gave. She put it in this game format, and we were able to interact and complete it and have fun. So she has that skill, so the others. And then one challenge was to create a song with what we've learned, especially the name of the letters of the alphabet in Garifuna. And wow, I was impressed, because these are some of the things that we have children who are also challenged to sing. So they record themselves, and that was posted, and let's go. You know, it was fun. Students actually use the internet to create learning games for the topics and concepts being taught, which they shared with the class. Some of the older learners, the challenges now, some of the older learners were, and some still are, challenged with the Google Classroom space. So what we've done is to provide that support, teach them how to use that space. So we're still in the coaching, and some have mastered and are helping us to coach the others, and for them not to be frustrated. So we also use the email platform. We email the work to them, and then they email back the work to me, and I do the corrections, and then on Sunday we elaborate. Where internet access is not readily available, poses a challenge for learners. So what I've had to do as well is to provide print. So here at my house, I invested in a good printer. So I print, and then they come and they pick it up, and then they do the work, and hey, we're going along. So I'm not the only person, and the Eurome project is not the only project teaching Garifuna. There are many others who are using the online platform to teach. So we have Dr. Jorge Bernardes and his team. I'm a part of that team. So we're trying to standardize the writing of Garifuna, because when you go to different communities, everybody writes it differently. The communities like Honduras and Guatemala, you'll see a lot of Spanish, like the J. In Spanish, the J is pronounced as H, right? So when they will say like Jesus, they will spell it with a J, but they know that they pronounce it as an H. So but that has been, we're standardizing. So H is H, right? So, and that team is going on, and then there's a wonderful exercise that is being done. We have Mr. Ruben Reyes. He can go online and find his online dictionary for Garifuna, to find Garifuna. you know. And then we have Mr. Ben Flores. He has a book with animals in Spanish. There's a picture. We have the Spanish name. We have the Garifuna name and the English name. So that's another resource that we use. That Mrs. Eunice Nunes. She's here from Dangriga, also creating audio and written to teach Garifuna. We have Mrs. Luz Ramos. She has a book, and then she has lessons in this book how to learn Garifuna. She has it in Spanish, Garifuna, and English. And then we have Ms. Dorisi Sabal. She's a teacher here at Gulisi Community Primary School. At this school, managed by the National Garifuna Council, they teach a regular curriculum from the Ministry of Education, but they enhance the Garifuna language and culture. All is formed. Wonderful experience, and it is called the Intercultural Bilingual Education Program. And then we have Ms. Taruni Gonzalez. She's a teacher at Coastland Community Preschool, and she does a great work. She does great work with the toddlers. So for Child Simulation Month, she has started teaching Garifuna to students 4 to 6 years at ecumenical. She uses the ecumenical compound, and so she has created different activities for them to learn Garifuna, different games, fun ways of learning Garifuna to the toddlers. And also, there are so many resources that you'll be able to use. I've been able to create this. Hope you can see it right here. Okay, this is the numero game where you're taught your numbers in a fun way. Then this one is what I call the Iawol game. This is a picture game where you learn the picture and the name in Garifuna. It's also a dice game. Then we have, again from Brother Ruben's effort, Garifuna in Peril. It's a nice video to watch and see the language in its usage. Then Walagate Marcella. This is a book from my grandmother, Marcella Lewis. Poems in English and Garifuna. Then I also created these. This is Lerero Garifuna. This is a puzzle game. We have volume 1, volume 2, and I'm almost finished with typing volume 3. And it helps with learning Garifuna. You'll learn the word in context and see the written part. And in my class, then they hear the auditory. We have the Garifuna journey. That's the guide that the National Garifuna Council did in partnership with Sister Leland. We have the People's Garifuna Dictionary as well, from Mr. Eroy Cayetano. And then there's a nice game, Katana. This game is called Katana. So this game has cards, and then you're given clues in Garifuna, and then you're supposed to give the Garifuna name. So we've been having fun with this because the IB program is been extended to the school in Hopkins, Holy Family. So we have been working and developing games and different activities to teach to learn of Garifuna. And of course, I had a team from Honduras who translated the Garifuna Bible. So we've been able to get information from the Bible and then practice reading Garifuna. Coming to the end. So the projected plans. So what are the plans? We will continue to teach Garifuna face-to-face and still use the online platform as many ways as we can. And right now, Friendly Garifuna, we're trying to purchase a gaming laptop to facilitate the creation of games, videos, and animation. I'm all excited about that. We have animation in teaching Garifuna. So we will have short stories, just like how they have Dora, we'll have something like that we want to do, and different styles. So all of these will be in Garifuna. And partnerships are being forged by National Garifuna Council, Friendly Garifuna, the Yume Project, and schools to teach Garifuna virtually and face-to-face. And so we are also trying to see how we can connect internationally to ensure that we use this online platform to pool our resources together and our intelligence, because we are intelligent people, to ensure that Garifuna survives. And books and other reference materials are being created by teachers and others enhance the teaching. And so we will be able to get them, and publication is expensive. So some we will do online and just send it. Some will have to print. And so that there is where we will have to get some funding. And then one question I'm passionate about, because the churches have crucified us. The churches are also a medium to enhance us. So they here in Dangra, the Catholic Church, we embrace the Garifuna language and music. So as a result, I have been working with a committee, the Garifuna Mass Committee, every 6 o'clock in the morning on Sundays. We have a Garifuna Mass here. And because we're not taught to read Garifuna, we're taught to speak its oral from the past, but now the shift has happened. So I'm teaching the readers how to read Garifuna, and then they go and read. Otherwise, we have the same set of people over and over who commit themselves. So now we're having more people reading. Awesome. And I was even told by a media house here in Dangriga that they are willing to broadcast our Garifuna Mass. So that will take it viral so people can learn more words and encourage online to learn Garifuna. So thank you very much. That's my presentation in a nutshell about what we're doing, the online platform to teach Garifuna. Like I said, there's so many other people, but I was only sharing a little bit about what we are doing under my watch and partners with others. And I thank you.
Dr. Nunez Gonzalez, the thanks is owed to you. What an incredible project. Like, I'm truly moved, you know? And your earlier, I'm sure we all are. I shouldn't make this all about me. I'm sorry. But what a wonderful, wonderful initiative, demonstrating how technology can be used to conserve and promote the language.
Yes.
And I'm just really thinking back to your comments when you were speaking with our presenter from Guyana, just about language conservation along with cultural conservation, and how that depends on conservation methods that don't expel Indigenous people from their traditional territories and where they gather cultural materials and so on from. So you've given us all a lot to think about and a lot to look forward to. So thank you so much for your presentation. It's truly moving. All right. Well, I'm going to take us to our next presenter. I got the order was a little bit mixed up, so I do apologize for that. Our next presenter is Tashika, who joined the UNDP GEF Small Grants Program as National Coordinator for St. Vincent. I'm sorry, I should have said Tashika Haynes-Bob. My apologies. Tashika Haynes-Bob joined the UNDP GEF Small Grants Program as National Coordinator for St. Vincent and the Grenadines in January 2017. Since taking up duty as National Coordinator, she has implemented many community-based projects spread across St. Vincent and the Grenadines, including the approval of 10 new projects across the mainland and the Grenadines Islands. She holds an MSc, a Master of Science in Agricultural Economics from the National Taiwan University, a Bachelor of Science in Agronomy from the University of Piñera del Rio in Cuba. And Tashika enjoys working with persons of all different backgrounds as being part of a diverse team. She always offers positive learning experiences. She is passionate about the environment and is committed to volunteerism and enjoys giving back to her community and changing lives for the better, while bringing joy, hope, and love to anyone in need. Her proudest accomplishment to date is being the mother of a very creative, confident, loving, and smart 7-year-old girl who gives her daily inspiration to be the best person she can be. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. And a pleasant good night to everyone. And I would just take a little time to tell you guys a little bit more about our program and what we offer. And we hope that we would get some inquiries from, some indigenous groups and so forth, because we are actually a very excellent platform for funding for different community projects and so forth. So without any further ado, I would attempt to share my screen. Or is it that you guys have the presentation from you, or do I just pull it up and share my screen? What's the order? How do we do it? Not hearing me?
I think you can pull it up. Yeah, you can share the screen. You can pull it up and share the screen.
Okay, let me just try to go back into the Zoom thing there. So I'm going to share my screen now. Okay. All right. So are you seeing my screen?
No, we're not.
Not yet, not yet.
No, not here. I've clicked share my screen.
Let's see it.
I've clicked share. I don't know what's happening. Let me see. Are you seeing now?
Now we can.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Good. So let me just go through here. All right, so this is just an introduction to our program, which is the Global Environment Facility Small Grants Program. So who are we? We are a corporate program of the GEF, which is implemented by UNDP on behalf of the GEF Partnership, which includes the World Bank, UNEP, UNDP, FAO, UN, and IADB, etc. We were established in 1992, in the year of the Rio Summit, and since then, we've been supporting community-level initiatives across a range of global environmental issues addressed by GEF, and we have a maxim, community action, global impact, where we try to do all our work. Well, all our work is based at the community level, but we try to create global impact through our projects. So our communities that we target are the poorest and the most vulnerable, and they typically have low levels of capacity to adequately address any environmental problems. We've had over 19,000 successful community-based projects globally, and our program is implemented in over 127 countries, so we almost have global coverage, as you can see on our map. And some of our collaborating conventions that govern a lot of our focus areas are, for example, the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Montreal Protocol on Substances that Deplete the Ozone Layer, the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety, and the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. And we also are guided by the Convention on the Climate Change Framework. We have some guiding focal areas, which is, for example, climate change, biodiversity conservation, land degradation, sustainable forest management, chemicals, where we look at the reduction and elimination of chemicals or POPs, and we also look at international waters. So what is our mandate? The GEF seeks to address global environment problems at the community level through the focus areas that I would have just mentioned. And as I mentioned, our priority is given to poor and vulnerable communities. And then we also seek to generate sustainable livelihoods. So for every project that we would implement or we would fund, We encourage the groups to make sure that they have a sustainable livelihoods component to it so that when the funds have been depleted, they actually can earn income. And we also build capacity, we reduce poverty, and we create community empowerment. Many of these marginalized communities and groups at the end of our project feel really elevated in spirit. They feel, a sense of belonging, a sense of pride, and we try to encourage them to keep that going even after the project would have come to an end. Our approach is simple. We develop and demonstrate effective and innovative community-based actions and practices, supporting implementation at the community level. We have a very unique niche where we look at what is happening nationally, regionally, and on the global level, and then we ensure that we have comprehensive coverage of islands resilience interventions. So one of our main objectives of the global program is to achieve environmental sustainability, to reduce or alleviate poverty, and to build capacity. So just go back to that one. So our main target, we target any civil society organization. Once you are registered or you are recognized in your country, we would be open to funding a project for you. We look at NGOs, at CBOs, excuse me, we look at trade unions, cooperative service club, professional organizations. We, however, do not fund government. We do not fund individuals or the private sector directly, but we work in partnership with them. So many times our projects would have a component of technical expertise, and we would have our technocrats partner with our groups to give technical guidance, for example. Excuse me. So we have what is called our project grant cycle. Our grant cycle runs for every 4 years. So like, for instance, in this year, in 2022, we have just commenced our OP7 cycle that would guide us for the next 4 years, run us for the next 4 years, at which time our funds are then replenished, and then we would then issue the calls for proposals and so forth. But we are guided by what is called a country program strategy, or a CPS. So this is prepared with the coordinator and the steering committee, and then we would then use that as a guiding document for the next 4 years. So this is just a little bit more to describe, the country program strategy. It is a primary document which sets out the platform for programming in each country. It guides the program and project development and lays the basis for project implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. And it's a vehicle for developing and maintaining a results-oriented, knowledge-driven program. Could I pause 1 second, please? My battery is running down. Let me just plug it in. 1 second. Sorry about that, we're back on. Okay. So we have three types of grants. We have what is called a planning grant, we have what is called a project grant, and we have a strategic grant. So for the planning grants, they're typically between $2,500 and $5,000 US. And that is where a particular group may have need to do some research or to do a feasibility study and so forth to see whether or not something can work for their community. We have the project grants, which go up to US 50,000, and then we have the strategic grants that go up to US 150,000. Excuse me. Typically, the average size of our projects are around US 20,000, and within any project cycle, a group can apply for up to 50,000. So even if you do a grant at 20,000, you can still within the 4-year period apply for another grant of 25 or 30,000. You have a maximum of US 50,000 to use up within that 4-year period. Also, if you are doing a strategic grant, which sometimes in our cases, they would involve more than one of our Grenadine Islands, for example, or more than one community or more than one group, or they have a far-reaching sort of influence. These projects, again, within the 4-year period, can go up to the 150. For the criteria for the strategic grants, we tend to give it to more mature groups. We have to be sure that they are ready to be able to implement such a larger amount, and that they would have had some sort of experience implementing projects before. We kind of really want to ensure that they have the capacity in-house to be able to successfully implement such a project. And we also look for a strategic positioning by further building the capacity of civil society to participate and lead in the implementation of innovative policies and programs. So again, just to show what are some of our project categories, we have mainly a demonstration project. So if it is like, for example, a community group may want to do an agroecological farm, or they may want to set up something that is innovative that has never been done before, they can apply under the category of a demonstration project. We also offer capacity building projects. We offer applied research or policy analysis, information, networking, policy dialogue. We encourage dialogue with our stakeholders and also with government. So these are some of the areas that we would prioritize. We have a project review criteria, and all projects must address the following. We have, excuse me, they must be able to address what is in our country program strategy. So applicants are encouraged to have a copy of the strategy, which they can use as their guiding document as well when applying, because it must be in line with what we want to achieve within that 4 years. And so it must also contribute to our objectives. It is very big on community participation, so that is really important for all our projects. And mentioning the community participation, we also look at implementation of projects that are, women-led and that have gender balance and everything like that. The organization, as I said, has to be either legally incorporated or they have to be recognized by, let's say, the Department of Cooperatives in your particular country, well, in our country. It must be viable, So we must see that, okay, at the end of the project, that you were able to sustain the project and that the technical and human capacity is present in the group that is going to implement the project. So we have a national steering committee, and they're the ones who ultimately decide whether or not a project is approved. They're the central element of the SGP, and they provide the major substantive contribution and oversight to the program. No SGP project can be undertaken without the approval of the NSC, and their decisions are final, and they are guided by our CPS and they're guided by our operational guidelines. Who can apply? So if you're an NGO or CBO in an SGP participating country, and I know that we have a very vibrant program in Belize as well. So the project with the language that the previous presenter was talking about is an excellent project that maybe we can really approach the SGP for some assistance. Does the proposed project correspond to one or more of our focal areas? Is your organization a non-governmental organization, a community-based organization, or a grassroots organization? If your answer to any of these and to all of these are yes, then you can apply. So before you apply, there's just a few questions that you ponder on and to get ready to really start the application process. We would encourage you to complete a project concept form. So that is some basic questions that should be answered. So we would look at, what are you going to do? What are the details of the project activity? You have to tell us what group you are, what would you be doing, who would be doing what, when would it be done, what are the time frames, the deadlines, what are your resources, what do you bring to the table? Are you just bringing technical expertise? Do you have some cash that you can put up? Because we try to look at our ratio is 1 to 0.5 to 0.5, right? So we try to match whatever cash we put up from our grant program. We ask that you come with 0.5 of in-kind and 0.5 of in-cash. So how much do you have? Do you have any monies at all to bring to the table, or you just have in-kind contribution, which is your technical expertise and your professional expertise, for example? You also have to look at monitoring and evaluation, which is a very important part of the whole project implementation phase. And so we recommend at least 10% of the overall grant can be used for monitoring and evaluation, because at the end you would want to know, what was successful, what was not, what lessons were learned, what could you replicate, what you need to do over, what you need to go to the drawing board again, etc., etc. And then you look at how much money is actually needed. So you do a rough draft of what your expenses would be, what your activities would cost, and then you will send that concept for us. So once you've done all of that and you submit your concept, the concept is then reviewed by a subcommittee of the NSC or by the national coordinator. And it may be recommended to do a full proposal or a planning grant. So ultimately, I review all the projects that come in, all the concepts, and then I would see whether or not, it is something that has good potential for a full project, or if it is that some more work needs to be done, a little bit more investigation, a little bit more research, etc. And then I would then take that to the NSC, and they would then ultimately decide whether or not the group would be given a planning grant or a full grant. Then we would have an MOA, which is a memorandum of agreement. It will be signed between UNOPS or UNDP and the grantee, the group that is is awarded the funds would be called the grantee. And then the project enters into our work program and implementation commences. So our contacts, myself, Mrs. Tashika Haynes Bob, I can be reached at 494-4033, or there are my emails on the screen. If you have any questions, or you want any guidance, you want ideas about how you could probably develop a project that you're probably thinking about, or you have certain environmental concerns in your community that you can seek some funds to address and to build in some capacity and some livelihoods, feel free to reach out to us. You can also look at our website and have ideas about things that you could do, because many times you just need a little inspiration, you just need a little guidance just to see what others are doing and say, hey, this is very similar to what we're experiencing here, and we could probably do something like that. We do a lot of replication, and we also do a lot of collaboration across our countries. So we call that a South-South collaboration. So you may see something in a particular country that is near and dear to something important to you, or that is close enough to something that you can relate to. You can reach out to us, and we can then assist you in contacting you with the relevant persons to have it implemented. So I think that's it for me. I thank you. Unfortunately, I would have to leave, but again, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me, drop me an email. I'm always willing to assist and to provide guidance and wherever I can. So thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Haynes Bob. That was an excellent presentation and a wonderful initiative. That was really great to learn about. And I'm sure many people in our audience, people who are tuning in, will find this very interesting and helpful, to bring a reality, an idea to fruition,
Yes.
Perhaps
yes. We have very, very successful projects. And we actually have a good project right now in Sandy Bay, which is, yeah, we have they're actually developing a traditional trail that they used to go from one side of the village to another side. They have restored their well where they get water.
Okay, like in Old Sandy Bay?
Yes, in Old Sandy Bay.
Yes. Okay.
They've restored that. We found some petroglyphs that we want to preserve, and they also have built some huts that they used traditionally centuries ago, and they have a replica of what was a Carib chief's dwelling and so forth. It's very exciting times.
Next time I come home, I'm going to go back up there. I haven't been up Sandy Bay since around the volcano.
You need to. It is shaping up beautifully.
This is lovely. And it's such a good combo with Dr. Nunez Gonzalez's presentation too, because this could be like a startup of something like that, right?
We've lost the language, so we really need to get on that.
Or like how that works in, but other initiatives, I mean, you know what I mean? People have great ideas, and there's just so many initiatives that I see that I'm like, wow, this is fabulous. And there's probably so many more out there that could come to fruition with, some assistance from persons like yourself.
Definitely.
So I think this was great. I thank you so much for sharing. And I'm going to introduce our next panelist. I'm so excited for this. This is great. Okay, so our next panelist is Dr. Andreina Bermudez de Lorenzo. She's a doctor of pedagogical sciences, an associate professor of the Bolivarian University of Venezuela, the academic coordinator of the Venezuelan Institute in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a lecturer in various national and international congresses and seminars in Barbados, Brazil, Cuba, Spain, Mexico, Panama, and Venezuela. She has published some articles in research magazines, and she's a specialist in Afro-Latin American and Caribbean studies at CLACSO since November 2021. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Okay.
We can hear you.
Yes, we
Okay,
can.
good evening, everyone, special guests. I'd like to thank the organizer of this 9th International Garifuna Conference. For me, it's a honor and also a significant pleasure for me to participate in this edition. And I would like to thank also Mr. Daki Williams from the Garifuna Heritage Foundation, Sola Brown, Marlon, all the team that are doing a very magnificent work, to keep this important conference, where we can discuss and share our experience about what we would like to see, to think and to say about our indigenous community. Okay, so also I would like to thank the University of West Indies Open Campus, and I would like to send my greetings to Mr. Francisco Perez Santana, our head of the Venezuelan Diplomatic Mission. Thank you for this opportunity. Well, the thing on the topic that I would like to share with you, it has to be with the tourism in Venezuela indigenous community, resistance and emancipation versus neocolonialism. The purpose that I would like to share with you has to be with the unveiling some tourism proposal and social productive projects with an emphasis on tourism and agriculture areas intended to be developed in some Venezuelan indigenous community with the aim of preserving their identities and cultural heritage of the nation, as well as to make visible the achievement of they had as part of the resilience in the presence of some complex challenge. I'm going to read my presentation because I would like that you understand as better as you can, okay? So, Venezuela historiography in 19th and 20th centuries constructed a classic anti-popular racist and patriarchal narrative. The values of our indigenous people, the development of social property, their harmonious relationship with nature, the egalitarian nature of their social structure and relation, their knowledge and skill in medicine and food production were ignored. The idea of culture as the Eurocentric creative manifestation of the dominant class was installed in the common sense, rejecting the culture of our native peoples, Afro-descendants, popular culture as a form of backwardness that should be overcome for the sake of progress. The Bolivarian Revolution meant the irruption of the people into political power and the development of a true cultural revolution, which implies the construction of the self-esteem of our people, the reevaluation of our knowledge, practices, and our thinking. In the historical moment in which we find ourselves of struggle for our sovereignty and freedom in the face of the power that have decided our annihilation, we consider that the history of resistance of our indigenous people, the cosmovision and the ways of doing things that have been developing for many years offer us important keys to achieve our independence of to advance in the construction of a colonial system in our country. Decolonialization is a challenge for the whole country and its inhabitants, whose aim is to preserve and rescue traditional lifestyles in order to design our own identity without interfering in the behavior and lifestyles of indigenous people and cultures that make up our historical, cultural, and spiritual being. As a contribution to this great national challenge, objectives are established from a decolonizing vision, which implies the rescue of knowledge, modes of production, and scaling up of traditional items such as cassava and its derivatives, sugar, flour, bananas, and alternative proteins, incorporating them into the diet of Venezuela through the School Feeding Program, PAE, PAE. The local supply and production committees CLAP, generating changes in consumption patterns. To this end, it is urgent to strengthen indigenous peoples and communities' own production and exchange in order to contribute to the processes of industrialization, commercial exchange, and the promotion of changes in society consumption patterns and for food sovereignty, as well as the promotion of economics of scale in this
In this context, tourism and agricultural production has been one of the most important issues in recent decades as part of a project that our ancestral people have developed in very difficult contexts, such as the criminal blockade and sanctions imposed by the government of the United States of America. The idea of the superiority of the invader's culture, sustained by its Eurocentric, westernized, patriarchal, racist, epistemological approach, reduced the different peoples and nations of Abya Yala to a single category, Indians. Thus, all peoples and nations advancing their uncivilizing processes across the continent were incorporated into a new racialized, primitive, and internalized identity that favored the condition for the subjugation and violent extinction. Among Europeans, the concept still persists that the native people of Abya Yala have an idiosyncrasy that leads them to marginalize themselves and exclude themselves for any possibility of a civilizing project when the history of more than 500 years of domination shows the determination, persistence, and permanence that have enabled indigenous people and nations to maintain their distinct identity beyond the supposed submission to the European Western imperial project. The social conformation of the original people of Abya Yala accounts for different civilizational processes throughout the continent, from the so-called great civilizations such as the Aztec, Maya, Inca, to the Arawak, Guarani, and Carib peoples, among others. They show the multilineal character of the historical development. Our peoples of Abya Yala are constituted on the basis of different conditions, interests, and worldviews, so that each one expresses different ways of living and related to nature according to their needs and geographical environment. The original peoples have always been in permanent resistance against colonial impositions and demonstration for the devastating action of the colonizing force has its origins in Cusco, known as the navel of the world and as the ancient capital of the Incan kingdom, whose structures are built on the ancient Incan city designed by Pachacuti to become the seat of the priests and regents of the Inca Empire. Today, the presence of the coronavirus is another of the battles that the indigenous people have had to fight. The health and the socio-economic crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic has greatly affected the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean and has exposed the profound inequalities faced by indigenous people in the region. According to the Economic Council of Latin America and the Caribbean, CEPAL, in this context, open quote, the historical, political, and economic exclusion and marginalization of more than 800 indigenous people existing in the region has been accentuated as a result of insufficient state responses to the crisis, which have not duly considered the collective rights of these people and have had little cultural relevance. End quote. Although significant efforts has been made in the creation of implementation of policies for the protection of indigenous people, even in the deepest part of our American territory. There are situations of inequality and lack of support for our indigenous community. Nevertheless, indigenous people in the sense of struggle and resistance have generated forms of existence that derive from their cultural and geographical knowledge of the region. In Venezuela, the indigenous people constitute an important force in the development of cultural, identity, and social process, visible to a certain extent in the alternative tourism and agricultural activities developed by some of the communities which are contrary to the neo-colonial logic of tourism. Historically, the approach of indigenous communities seen as object has prevailed. It is visualized as a tourist practice in which the visitor is introduced into the indigenous environment and contemplated as as it was a museum, which can have repercussions in a process of extreme transculturation of the indigenous culture, unlike the tourist practice, in which the original culture can teach languages, ideas, beliefs, custom tools, work of art, rites, and other expressions that they safeguard as heritage. Ethnic tourism has had, and this is one aspect, a theory that I would like to share with you tonight, that have to be the conception that from Venezuela and some other indigenous community that we have in our America believe in. So ethnic tourism has had a considerable role worldwide. However, there are those who, from a Western vision, assume indigenous community as objects, whom the tourist remunerates in exchange for the demonstration of a ritual, the use of exotic clothing, and pose for a photo as a part of the souvenir of the visit, the learning of a few words in another language for the foreign tourist's attention, among others. These behaviors only contribute to the distortion of indigenous custom as some communities begin to transfer their ancestral and everyday ways of life and subsistence due to the erroneous vision of touristic activity. Venezuelan indigenous people and the tourism engine. In Venezuela, the vision of tourism in relation to indigenous community is based on the collective conception and popular conception that breaks with the capital logic of exploiting indigenous community as objects and mere passive people, and not as subjects, active. A vision that is also reinforced by the special concern that exists due to the cultural impact that the inappropriate dynamic of tourism activity has generated in natural areas where the 51 indigenous peoples registered in the 2011 national census are located. Venezuela possesses a large amount of natural potential, some of which are unique in the world, conceived as beauty for international tourism given the large amount of coastline in the Caribbean Sea, which exceeds the extension of neighboring islands that practice international inbound tourism, Aruba, Curaçao, Dominican Republic, Trinidad and Tobago, among others. It also has imposing Indian mountains, Amazonian rainforests, extensive plains, inhabited by a diversity of exotic fauna, and the famous tepuis as the highest and oldest rock formations in the world in the southeast. Public policies on tourism in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela have been conceived on the basis of the contribution of the national tourism system, formulated and implemented with a multidisciplinary approach incorporating indigenous people as they are part of the organization for the self-management of their spaces that turn out to be tourist attractions. Tourism proposals that incorporate indigenous community have a central aspect, the criteria of sustainability that allow the formulation of an implementation of awareness-based improvement, training, capacity building, and management manuals that contribute to the enjoyment, respect, and conservation of the traditional and ancestral expression of these people by tourism service provider, and host community. All of this is in accordance with the provisions of Article 13 of the Organic Law of Indigenous People and Community from the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, which mentions the approval by the Assembly of any activity or project that is intended to be developed in this indigenous community. All the decisions that have to be in an indigenous community in Venezuela come from a collective decision. I mean, they have to make an assembly, and the chief of the organized assembly, all the participants, they decide what they should do in their own community. By virtue of this, the majority of the regional communities approve in assembly if they wish to share their heritage with visitors. What is recommended is that the development of tourism activity in the areas be managed with a new approach that takes into account The own dynamics, respect for the way of life, and the maintenance of a conduct that does not affect the habitat. We have, as I said before, the one indigenous group in Venezuela community. I'm going to talk about, to give some, to talk about, yes, about Yucca community and also Pemon, which are some of the community that we have in Venezuela and which have done some of the projects that before and during and after the COVID they have been developed. The voluntary and temporary displacement of individuals or group of people in which tourism consists to a place outside the tourist's usual residence implies a number of needs that must be satisfied so that the motive of recreation, rest, cultural health, which is its motivator, can be achieved. These goods and services are commonly satisfied by what in tourism theory is called the host community. This actor happens to be the Yucca community of Ayapaina, which throughout the year receive tourists who stay overnight in the locality for more than 4 hours. This practice has been going on for more than 20 years, even though there is no service platform or infrastructure to meet their needs. Tourists arrive, stay, and satisfy their needs without any formality or preparation, although relatively recently, 5 years or so, local people offer services to transport equipment and people on their mules for food. Depending on the type of destination and the type of experience expected, the modality of meeting these needs vary, but always involve accommodation, transport, food, and on-site activities. These services can be provided by the community through an adequate local management of tourism, which should be sustainable and preferable to any form of intensive mining or agricultural exploitation, especially if it generates income that can contribute to local development and local social welfare. In this order of ideas, it can be said that according to the geographic space where the Yucca communities are settled, the appropriate modality is ecotourism, since it has been defined as a trip to predominantly natural areas, with the objective of enjoying and studying their flora, fauna, and the present or past cultural manifestations that can be found there, with a low environmental impact and economic benefit to the local population. Tourist activity will not have this quantity or geometric character, but a quality character, the principle of which will be of the following order: the demystification product. You can read that, the differentiation function, participation of different members of the community in a spontaneous way and according to their talent or place in the local social strata, organic synchronization with various according to the indigenous itinerary, and imply that everyone knows that's as well, the concentration of activity, maximization of financial and non-financial benefits, decentralization of decision. Everyone has the capacity to make decisions and improvise. The Canaima National Park is one of our most important natural parks that we have in Venezuela, and where our Pemones indigenous group live. So it is a national park, and a long time ago there was a conflict where was involved in Parque before the Commander Chavez arrived to the power as a president of Venezuela. And the conflict that was happening there was about an industry that wanted to build something there, but they didn't take into account the condition, the environment. They didn't respect the natural environment of our indigenous group, I mean, in this case, the Pemones. And they protest, they made many meetings, and they organized themselves, and they stopped this construction that violated the environment. So this conflict is an emblematic case of the Pemon people's struggle for control over tourism activities in the Gran Sabana, is the name that we know this national park. The conflict began in November 1995 when the owner of Venezuelan tourism company, Turisur, was a private company met with Pemon leaders to solicit their support for the construction of the hotel. In return, it's offered to finance their own local tourism business, a community school, a local health. They promise all what some of the private industry promise, and they do not take into account the condition where our indigenous community live. No? A tourism training center and some 200 jobs at the hotel. The leaders explained that they could not make a decision on their own and that they had to discuss the project with the community. They did it this one, and when they met again, and they noticed that all the industry, the private industries offered, they could not, achieve these promises. They said the indigenous group said no. We are going to keep our natural environment, so we want that you leave our space. After long discussion about the characteristics and supposed potential benefit of the project, the PEMO maintained the position rejecting the construction. However, construction of the hotel began soon after and conflict broke out. The PEMO carried out several mobilizations to cities such as Ciudad Bolívar and Caracas, the capital of Venezuela, to address the government agency and the press and declare their opposition to the project. They drafted collective manifesto and they threatened to demolish the hotel if their demands were not met. This strategy of struggle made the conflict visible on a national scale and enabled the PEMO to obtain clearance with high-level government officials. So the private industry, they couldn't. They started building the hotel, but they couldn't continue, so they demolished the hotel. Since then, PEMO of the La Gran Sabana have remained firm in their decision not to allow outside companies to establish themselves in the area to provide tourist services or restaurant and lodge services are managed by the community themselves. Historically, I'm almost ending my presentation. Historically, agricultural production has been essential in the cosmogony of indigenous people. The colonizing processes have been organized to plunder our people for their wealth, not only from natural resources, but also from the work and production capacity of indigenous communities. Beyond this Western vision, the plundering of our resources and our goodness, agriculture has meant a profound relationship of indigenous men and women with the earth, with the sun, with the earth of the elements that form part of their identity. Therefore, it is urgent to strengthen and think of ways to promote the production of a strategic indigenous product as the basis of the new economic model in the territory, as well as to generate organized collectives where indigenous community units their production. So that it is necessary to promote a system of financing and promotion of production, taking into account the particularities and requirements of indigenous people interrelated with training, accompaniment, and technical support for the production of indigenous people and communities that permeate and reproduce their ways of doing things in the rest of society. There are some efforts in some indigenous communities, such as the Yupa. In the Yupa, for instance, in the Yupa communities of Como, Caracha, and Cunapaname, located in the municipality of Machique de Perijá in the state of Zulia State, several socio-productive agro-food projects are being carried out in the communities. A socio-productive project that had an investment of 3,900,000 bolivars for the planting of corn, cassava, banana, and pineapple. 56 families living in these communities of the Toromo Basin are benefiting from the planting of fruits and vegetables that provide nutritional properties that are essential for a healthy diet for the family. The indigenous community grow their food through the canucos that are part of their ancestral culture. So, as a final idea, we think, and in Venezuela, that the touristic activities that have to be also with agriculture, because in Venezuela, you go to any a community, indigenous community, and you can see our indigenous people working the land and also producing what they need to live. And also they give this, what they produce, to the Venezuelan population. So they have a very huge struggle to stop all kind of intervention and also all kind of violation in their territory, because they live, they have their own manner to live, and also they defend their own identity. So the touristic activity should be based on the cosmovision of our indigenous people from a responsible and ecological, non-invasive tourism. How? Strengthening respect for the culture and habitat of the original population, promoting the value of indigenous cosmovision, raising awareness about respect for the Pachamama and respect for the cultures and identity of the people of Abyayala, stimulating the local economy in indigenous people. We have a Ministry of Indigenous People, and we provide support, any kind of support to the project that they are developing, recognizing the importance of community and informal social protection mechanism implemented autonomously by indigenous people. Concretize the necessary action to ensure the fair use and legal security of indigenous land. This is very important. And territories, revise the concept of good living applied by the indigenous people, so that it provides an opportunity to build new models that are more people-centered, supportive, and sustainable. So I would like to end with this idea from our Commander Hugo Chavez. And to Hugo Chavez, I would like to highlight again to say that thanks to him, our indigenous community, our indigenous people have had the love, but also the support of different level of our, not just the government, but also of our community, to respect their rights and also to defend their lands. In Perijá, Sierra is the border that we have between Venezuela and Colombia. We have had some situations that have to do with the security of indigenous people, and our revolution have had made all the effort to protect them, to give them their lands, to give them as an official, in an official manner, that they are the owner of this land. So our Commander General said, we are obliged to be liberators. They are not tribes, they are not indigenous people. They are indigenous people. They are not dialects, they are aboriginal languages. Indigenous socialism is the root of our Bolivarian socialism. And the indigenous people have always lived in socialism. So I would like to finish and to end, to thank you, saying, Ana Karina Rote a uno unitoto para tote mampuro. It means that we are all Caribs. And I would like to say we are all Garifuna, and we are all Kalinago, and we have to defend our roots. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bermudez de Lorenzo. That was an excellent presentation, and it's a question I, in my own research, have grappled with. Tourism development and indigenous communities, mostly sort of like, well, I guess Venezuela is part of the Caribbean, to the Caribbean coastline, the circum-Caribbean, we might say. So that was excellent to get more details on how these initiatives can be put into place, can actually be practiced, and to get some testimonial and stories from on the ground in Venezuela. So thank you so much. I'm sure everybody's just as thrilled as I am. I feel like I'm like the super excited person, but I have reason to be. They're all excellent presentations. So I thank you again. And I'm going to go on and introduce our next presenter, Dr. Karen Martinez, who is the Dean of Stan Creek Ecumenical Junior College. I hope I said that right. She is active in many community-based organizations that seek to improve human conditions in the Stan Creek district. Her challenge to everyone is to lead in whatever we want to see in our communities. That's a great challenge. I'm going to try and take that up. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much, likewise, and good night, everyone. I will start off by saying it's a pleasure to be here, to have heard all these wonderful presentations. So I hope I can add a bit more from the perspective of a community-based organization starting from grassroots. So first of all, I must say that the Garifuna culture is rich and vibrant. And after the COVID experience, I think it is just fair for us to say there is a call back to the land. We boast with great reasons of our heritage, which is available for all to see and enjoy. And that is our way of life, how we do things, our dance, music, clothing, art, craft, food, traditional healing practices, beliefs, spirituality, among many others. The experience of our forefathers, though rough and brutal, have confirmed how resilient we are. But we are living in a time where boasting of who we are, what we are, must be supplemented by actions, very urgent actions. I heard the presentations a few minutes ago, especially from my colleague, Dr. Gwen Nunes Gonzalez, that really is showing that we really are moving and not only talking about what needs to be done. I applaud the effort of the Garifuna Heritage Foundation for providing this platform for such a serious discourse. Now that we are part of the global society and we have ubiquitous access to technology, that is, we can access technology anytime, any place, anywhere, we are exposed to many things. We are influenced by many things. We have so many distractions. We all know so well that the influence of technology has had, especially on our children, some not too good effects. We can just look around us and see. So, as I mentioned earlier, the time has come for our boasting to be supplemented by actions. Urgent, widespread, community-based actions. If not, our children will be lost into a culture they do not know, and we probably will be subjugated into a position of utter dependency and lose the opportunity to pass on meaningful information and survival skills to our children. I love the theme of this conference, Building Resilience, Creating Cultural Capital for Sustainability of the Garifuna Heritage. I want to start by sharing my experience, after which I'll be sharing my presentation. My parents were born in the beautiful coastal village of Sienbite in the Stankwik district. They moved to Georgetown, which is again an inland Garifuna village. There are histories that explain why the movement happened, but probably that will be a topic for another conference. My dad later on moved to Pomona in search for a job. Pomona is just 12 miles away from Dangriga town. I was born here in Dangriga, but I grew up in Pomona. Pomona village is like a plantation. It is home to the Citrus Company of Belize. People of many walks of life move there in search of opportunities. The persons I saw there when I was growing up do not reflect nor represent my heritage. But my parents managed to pass on much of their traditions to me and my brother. But the condition of the environment in Pomona made it difficult to leave a lasting mark. I found myself speaking a language that was not my language. I found myself desiring food that are different from that which I know traditionally my people would eat. But I learned a few things about the ways of the Garinagu, from my parents when they recollect their experiences. One great thing that my mom did, she sent me to Georgetown every long holiday. When I was young, I thought she was cruel. Now I realize why she did that. I would go for Easters, I would go for summers, any long holiday, my mom would send me to stay with my grand aunt. I realized that that was strategic because by doing that, I was able to live the experience that I so often had heard my parents talk about and learn to appreciate my rich culture and heritage. I say all this to emphasize again the need for actions, meaningful actions, as we seek to empower our communities and leave a legacy of pride with our children. I will ask your permission to now share my presentation. Okay, good night again. I will start by giving you an orientation of what is Belize and where we stand in Belize. The country comprises of a mixture of people of diverse origin. The Stann Creek district, where Dangriga is, and the Toledo district, farther south, are the two districts that are home for most of the Garinagu people in the country. Like the Maya, another indigenous group, our culture and history have been prospected for gain, I would say, and it has been sold internationally as part of the Belizean culture. This is not really reflecting in our state of living. The Garinagu people are still marginalized. Though they are visible on all the media, all the sectoral part of the job force, they do not hold the economic fort in their towns and in their villages. So this presentation will demonstrate how the Dangriga urban farmers, the organization that I'll be talking to you about, I am a co-founder of this organization, how it has sought to empower our local communities using the social marketing model to secure buy-in and to see how we can influence behavior change to ensure or to encourage sustainable living. We all know what COVID-19 had done to our country, the entire world. It is hard for us to even look at another country to ask for assistance. So we have been trying and we have been successful. We have been trying to encourage as many people to look internally and to look locally for a solution. I always say that we are not a clinical people. We have a rich heritage. So we aim to call back our indigenous communities to the land as a sure form of security, food security in times of uncertainty. Okay, so who are we? The idea to form this group was birthed in September 2014. And it was to practice an alternative form of agriculture to what we know and what we see. And we were focused on using materials that are directly in our environment. We started off with 8 members with the support of the Ministry of Agriculture. The group members were all working. We had, I can't say no idea, but we have limited idea of what farming was and what gardening entailed. But we continue to see persistent need at our areas, or in our areas of influence. So we met and we began to brainstorm. We came up with shared vision and we started to focus on a direction to see how we can get people into also seeing what we are seeing. We started internally with ourselves. We look at our gifts, our talents, our areas of interest. We agreed that the first thing we needed to do was to get trained. So we sought training from the Ministry of Agriculture, our local agriculture department. They have always been helpful. As I mentioned, none of us were certified farmers. And the next move was for us to begin to build social capital. We sought links with local farmers. We spent a lot of time asset mapping, checking who are strategic people in our community. And we made connections at the municipal level with the businesses. One thing for sure though was when you're starting any grassroots organization, you need to have frequent meetings to ensure that the direction is shared and that the vision remain what we started off with. So in 2014, we decided that we needed to be organized because we have seen many groups start some venture and then before they can actually reach out to the community, they have dissolved. So we decided that we will start with structure. So we came up with a theme and we made sure that the theme was straight as to what we intended. We wanted to plant our own food, local food. We wanted to grow. We want to plant. We want to grow. We want to eat our own product. We were also tired of having to buy things from the supermarket or buying vegetables or so that we have no idea how they were taken care of, pesticides, etc. These are some concerns that are now international, and we wanted to live. We wanted to live healthy. So our mission statement was to promote home gardens while fostering healthy eating habits and lifestyle. And all these with the hope to instill a sense of independence and accomplishment in each person that then can impact the community we live in. We started off with 6 objectives, which I can proudly say we have met. We wanted to provide practical how-to solutions to healthy food production and sustainability. We wanted to develop a strong support system among members. We wanted to continuously engage in training to keep up with current trends in agriculture. We wanted to encourage community interests. We wanted to be able to provide technical assistance to whoever asked for that assistance. And we wanted to help market products once they are being produced. So as we advance with our big ideas, as always, we saw more social needs and we began to encounter many barriers. And we found out that these are the kinds that keep many good intended community groups from succeeding. So we realized that learning how things work, how business is conducted. Those were very vital if we were to move forward. So we began to do our housekeeping. We created our email and Facebook so that we have presence online. We added a blog spot, which I will share the link later on. And that's a link over there. You can check what we have already. And we made sure that the main thing, top priority was communication, both internal and external. We did a few other things. We registered the group. We continued to be trained by those of us who are experts in certain areas, and also other people who we found out based on our asset mapping can assist us. We visited many farms. We started with all the local farms in our area. Every single one that we heard of, we visited. And we visit with groups that we have seen have shown success. But we also noticed that to be taken seriously in an environment like ours, we needed to present ourselves in a manner that would attract positive interest and attention. So we started with our communication channel. We wrote up our memorandum of understanding, article of association. We came up with many things that provide a structure. And we also started using objects, which we can also call artifacts. We wore our shirts when we move around. We had a logo. We put everything on a letterhead. We created banner. We have structured calendars that we share. We made minutes of all our meetings. We work diligently to get our certificate in incorporation. We have our bank account. And we then move on to make our public appearances and push our campaign. We engage in many community-based activities. You'll be seeing snapshots of these activities. We help to clean the environment. We engage in talks with groups who are interested in what we're interested in. We travel to many important events. We launch a market day so that we can have a place where people anywhere in our community, and I am proud to say that the call we made for the market day, we thought we'd have gotten people only from the Stamp Creek district. We got people from most of the other districts. So we created an environment where people can come in and practice their skills, market themselves, and gain some social and financial capital. One thing I'm very proud of, because this takes me back to my childhood, we successfully incorporated a junior dove arm to this organization. So our students are now operating alongside us in the safe environment that we provide. While we were doing all this, we kept on posing many challenges to the community, telling them that all that we are doing are doable. You can do this. We provided pictures of when we are doing it. From my part, it was a joke when people, usually when you're an administrator and people have this expectation, it was a joke when people see me playing around with soil and dirtying my hands. Some people would pass and say, you should not be doing that. But I continued, and those were moments, teachable moments, that I take to explain to them the deep importance of what we are doing. So we appeal to our communities to change their perspective about farming and gardening. We held public events, social events. We demonstrated to them how they can use local products and make them into nice, exotic results. We hold frequent cookouts where when we have an idea, like how to make use of things or not to waste things, we would meet together and with trial and error, we perfect it, and then we share. And we continue to maintain our presence every last Saturday of each month at the market day, continuing to bring awareness, to encourage others, to help train, to demonstrate, to advise, and to market. So I am sharing here some snapshots of our activities. I'm sharing these to let all of us see how important for the success of any community activity is the human factor. The human factor is very important because it helps with cohesiveness. So we did a lot of training. We had home visits to members and also later on to community members who request our help. We take field trips, prospecting, learning, seeking more knowledge. We go to farms to see how we can find some of the local things that we no longer have in our community. It was so strange when we started, like especially during the COVID, that we took lemongrass to the market day. We took like what we called culantro, cilantro, vervine, aloe vera, and people were rushing for those things because they no longer have them at home. Growing up, almost every household had those. So it was great to find out, like visiting different farms, that there's an appreciation for a return of those things that we knew when we were young. Okay, so we had social events and cookouts, community service. We go on retreats now and again, market day, and while doing all of these, with all our experiences, with the changes in our behavior, we were able to challenge ourselves to produce new things that were never in any of our thoughts. And then ultimately we have those, the adults in the group, and we have the junior adults. Okay, so we have training. So this one here, though we decided that we will focus on clean eating, that we would not add pesticides to our products, we asked Mr. Scholl from the Agriculture Department to talk to us about pesticide. What we wanted was to know how to identify when that is in food, what things to look for. So while training, we train so that we can know and continue to advise people. This other part here is another person from the Agriculture Department who is teaching us how to take care of seeds and seedlings. And we have many others, but I do not want to add all our pictures. There are too many, but just for you to get an idea. So we have these two. Then our home visits. We visit our members and we share ideas. We share stuff that we have. This here is a yam. Like, it's not one of the common yams. We found out by accident that the seeds, the yam-looking things that grow outside and not underground, were the seeds. So it was something new that we learned. So all of us are getting those little seeds to help propagate the yam. So all those are things we learn as we go along. Field trips. We travel for, again, training. We travel to buy some stuff. This is an area that sells seeds, Prosser in Belize. This is an area that sells plants. And here is Central Farm, where we have the experimental station for the Ministry of Agriculture. We go to farms. We visit with different people. In Dangriga, we have the providers of cassava bread, which we call ereba. are the Sabals. So we visited their farms. We visit other local farms. Mr. Martinez, he explained to us that we do not need to grow large trees in our yards because many of us are practicing urban gardening. We do not have plots of land where we would be planting big trees. So he explained to us that we can grow them and still have access to fruits. And then here we are enjoying a walk through another farm. So all these are on-site learning opportunities. Then behind the scenes, we use things in our environment. Anything we find in our environment to make use of to enhance what we do. So we learn that there is no need for us to use the ground for planting. And this is something I want to encourage those of us who are listening. There's no need for you to use the ground for planting most, if not all, of your vegetables. You can do them in containers. We learned that, and this practice has been effective. So we use waste gallons. We cut these and then we plant in them. Here is a member with cuttings for potatoes, and we all were going to plant potatoes in this container, and they grow. Okay, this here is a waste product from the rice factory in Punta Gorda, Toledo, and we are getting rice hull, which we are using to mix and make our own soil. And we have been taught how to make our homemade organic fertilizer, and that was to use, again, rice bran and molasses and a liquid called EM. And we were able to do all these. Okay, so part of what we do, we held social evenings, again, trying to change behaviors and encourage people to eat local. So here we are teaching people how to make porridge. And this porridge is made out of flour, ordinary flour. This was a staple when many of us were growing up. So the night when we did this, like many of these old people, older folks here, cried because they said that they thought they would never see younger people doing things like this. So we were encouraged because the older folks, just by what they said, made us realize that what we were doing was of utmost importance. Then our cookout. We normally, again, as I mentioned, would try certain things. Last year, we decided that we were going to make grits out of cassava farine. In Belize, farine was not used as much as I would say in the Caribbean islands. So we have been pushing for people to use farine here. What we use is more the ereba, that is the cassava flatbread, which follows the same production process as farine. One is parched and the other one is flattened into something like a tortilla. That's the part that mostly is used in Belize. So we are bringing this to our community, but we did a cookout to practice before we move forward. So it was successful. We ate, we wrote down what we did, and we have decided that we will be sharing this with more people. Part of sustainable living is not only social or economic, it's also environmental. So we continue to do community service to ensure that we are wholesomely working on sustainability. We continue to plan. We keep on planning. Now we have to plan after accomplishing our objectives. We are looking forward to more things, greater things. So this we did late last year. We have decided that our next move will be to seek some funding and see how we can encourage widespread adoption of what we do. And then the market day activities every Saturday of each month. these are a few pictures of what we do. We encourage people to come out, as we mentioned, and showcase what they have and market themselves. These, again, are products that we develop as we engage with our environment. The Stamford district is rich in terms of we have many fruit trees. Every month we have so many fruits in season, but we have not actually tapped into their use that would be more effective than just the basic. So these are some things that we did. For sorrel, what we use sorrel for here in Belize is mostly wine, and some people use sorrel for juice. We have learned that, and I know this is done a lot in the Caribbean. We investigated and found out Jamaica does this a lot, that you can make cake with sorrel, and that around Christmas, this is something normal for some Caribbean areas. It's not really normal for us, so we want to make this normal. So we made our sorrel cake. And then these are blackberries, Belizean blackberries. Again, what we traditionally use these for wine. So we have learned that these can be made into jams and also concentrate to have as juice. We managed to have these for over a year after the season, because once concentrated and sealed, the liquid is good for a long time. This is guava. Guava is wasted here in our country. So we decided that we will gather the guava and make them into jellies and jam and share with people using locally made bread. And that again worked well. And while doing all these, our members pushed for more. They went for further reach than just planting. So these are examples of things that are done by our members. Okay, one member focused on making pillows with different design. One member focused on doing some art by embroidering on cloth. And some members decided to go deep into agro-processing. Here, a couple of us decided that we will not waste our plantains, banana. They go ripe easily, but we realized that we can dry them before they do. So here is showing that you can make flour out of plantain. This is something new for us here. For some, in most cases, a few, especially elderly, did those, but it's not a practice, so we're bringing this back. We make cassava flour, bulgur flour, yam flour, breadfruit flour, plantain, farine, or whatever starchy food we find, we make into flour. And going further, we also realized that we can go more. We made soap, we made pottery, we made dolls, and we decorated them culturally, and we started to make our own homemade products for our hair, for our face, etc. And as I wind down, this picture is taken from our last market day activity. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm so proud of our junior doof. So they were fully engaged at our last activity. And these are just a few of our members. We have many people, task force comprised of 13 people. We have over 20 as members, and we have those who decide that they'll be vendors. We have many people who decide that they will go and then will position themselves as vendors. So in conclusion, I must say that this venture, social marketing, trying to change behavior, cannot be readily sold as we would sell commodity. It requires trust. It requires building relationship. So we need to go deep into the existence of people to get this going. Simply providing information to the public or to our children is not enough to initiate meaningful changes in behavior. I had used the example starting with myself. My parents talked to me about their experiences. I was fascinated, yes, but it was when or after I encountered my grandmother, who told me that the only way I can get certain things from her was to speak in Garifuna. I am fluent in Garifuna now. So I can speak in Garifuna. When I was living in Pomona, I was talking more the local Creole because everybody there speak it. So in Georgetown, I had no choice because every single word I said had to be in Garifuna. I'm grateful for it. For social change, the focus should not be primarily financial, but on changing behavior. Repeating myself, because many organizations go into these ventures and they are focusing on making profit. That should not be if you are going into changing behavior and having people adapt to certain things. You can't go into it hoping that you will make financial profit. But what I can say is embedded into social marketing is the hope that changes in behavior will have positive effects on society. I had mentioned health, lifestyle, mentality, decrease certain behaviors, crime, etc., in a way that will lead to economic vitality and increase viability. So we are now ready to move on to apply for grants and to further the cause and to ensure that we spread this, what we have been doing, to a larger group of people in our country. And I have here information if you want to contact us or see what we are doing, our email address, phone numbers that you can get to the executive, our Facebook, our blog posts, and since technology is everywhere, you are also free to join us. Thank you all. If you have any questions, comments, suggestions, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Dr. Martinez, thank you so much for bringing us more positive vibes from Belize with another amazing community project. Yeah, this was very stimulating when you turned to behaviors and thinking about shifting behaviors. And I sort of reflected back when the pandemic first started. I was in Honduras and I left, but basically, I kept up with my friends there in some Garifuna communities in the Bay of Trujillo. And there was a big push to start community medicinal houses to bring back traditional medicines. Like, there was a big call for that. People really weren't a fan of the government response at the time in Honduras, and it was really beautiful. And I still follow these. It's continued. There's been this real resurgence of an interest by some of the younger generations in traditional medicines, and becoming involved in that process and working the land must be transformational, behavioral transformation that just spreads. So thank you so much for bringing us that wonderful, news, because sometimes, the pandemic's been very hard on everybody, and Indigenous peoples in particular, Afro-descended peoples, Afro-Indigenous peoples. So to see how people have organized and are uplifting their communities, and having a positive response to such like a heavy set of circumstances and events is really inspiring. So congratulations as well. Thanks. All right, well, I'm going to take us on to our final presenter, who is, Mr. Maricus Nick Alvarez. Welcome. Maricus Alvarez has led in scientific research and agricultural development in Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. He is Associate Dean for Land Grant Research, College of Agriculture, Science, and Technology at Delaware State University. He leads the Latin America cluster in the Center of Excellence for Global Food Security and Defense. He's a member of working panel and task forces on agricultural development in the Center for Global Africa and the Global Institute for Equity, Inclusion, and Civil Rights. Maricus worked for 13 years in the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture. He received his PhD in horticulture from the University of Minnesota. Welcome, and thank you so much for joining us. We're very much looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you so very much. You're putting me in a spot. How do you follow and maintain attraction after these previous panelists?
True that. I'm sure you're going to clear them.
Fantastic. Ido I'm Mr. Howard, you, Umadago, wait, going. Unat nage mabigo hausumut. Distinguidos participantes. Colegas, compañeros, buenas noches. Saludos a todos. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, good night and greetings. Indeed, I am very humbled to be a part of this fantastic team. And let me start by expressing my sincere thanks to the organizers of International Garifuna Conference for inviting me to share some thoughts with this distinguished audience. Madam Chair, may I share my screen, please?
Yes, you may.
How do you okay. I wanted to make it full screen. Okay, here we go. All right. So I'm following this team, and it is a good position to be in. I've heard some very fantastic models. And so I want to share with you some assessment we have made of successful management practices by indigenous communities in quite a few regions. I want to start, though, with the ecosystem services, and you have heard about it, people mentioning about seeds and the ecosystem. But this ecosystem service makes human life possible. It provides nutritious food, clean water, promotes the pollination of crops and soil formation. So this natural resource base and these ecosystem services are the foundation of all food and agricultural systems. So, and you know, it's a vast opportunity. Agricultural productivity has to increase, at least by 70%, according to the experts, by 2050. And I'm very impressed with Dr. Martinez's effort to get the youth already aware of these opportunities. Because there's a declining number of agricultural producers and a concentration of small selection of what globally they would say are the most productive species. But this has resulted in the genetic erosion and sometimes extinction of plants and animals selected by our ancestors over thousands of years. And here you can see a sample of the range of seeds for and the diversity of seeds for agriculture. This was an assessment we did in West Africa, where, and we found out that most national programs were supplying just 10% or less of total seed needs. And it was even much lower for vegetative propagated crops such as cassava, sweet potato, yams. All right? Though you will see that also when you lose this variability, you also lose the knowledge base for their management and production. And as you can see from this picture, lo and behold, and I know you may have guessed it, it was mostly the women who are knowledgeable about the use and management of this biodiversity. Now, I invite you to appreciate the scale of this challenge. The Sustainable Development Goal aims to end hunger, achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture. So we're all aware that agriculture is the main engine of economic growth in many of our countries, and particularly it's a source of livelihood for underserved and marginalized communities, right? FAO says that 811 million people remain undernourished, and that was 2020. I imagine the effect of the pandemic would have raised that number. And 2.37 million people go without food or balanced diets. So this is serious. And this is something I really like for us to appreciate. And some of the challenges affecting this is our COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, natural hazards, severe volcanic eruption is very vivid in our minds, food insecurity, and poverty leading to social instability. And in many instances, though, I have seen communities demonstrate their ability or capacity to reorganize, renew, and develop new strategies, select local food crop varieties to cope with change and crisis. Yesterday, we heard about the red zone in Urume. Today, we heard of the Venezuela model. And recently, we heard of Dr. Martinez's initiative in Belize, right? And these models undoubtedly demonstrate this resilience. And even we're learning what are some strategies to adapt to strengthen them, which is essential for sustainability of social, ecological systems. So, oh, by the way, I need to back up because this picture was taken by a fearless photographer. She said from her porch, and it's no other than Ms. Zoila Ellis Brown. So thanks, Madam Photographer. Now, I would like to select a model crop that is widely grown throughout our many regions. And Garinogos everywhere are familiar with this crop, not just Garinogos. Ms. Gomez and Mr. Gomez and Dr. De Lirezando, Dr. Martinez mentioned this cassava crop, right? So I want to select this crop to demonstrate how agriculture can be a key instrument in reducing rural and urban poverty and ensure food security and sustainable development. So, first of all, cassava is an efficient source of carbohydrates, and 296.2 million metric tons is produced per year. So much so now that cassava has crept up to be the 5th most important crop globally. It comes after corn, after wheat, after rice, after potato, and then the all-rounder cassava. Latin America and the Caribbean is third in the world in its production. This crop is resilient, is drought tolerant, is a lifesaver for income in underserved areas. And let me remind you, both roots and leaves are eaten. So I did a tour in the West Africa, and we went to examine the production, processing, and marketing of cassava products. And here we are looking at dairy production, and this is by rural community producers, and they're playing a strategic role in providing food. They are players in food security, and they're very innovative. Look at the packaging. Look at that. The yellow in the cassava is fortified with palm oil, a good source of precursor of vitamin A. It's a beta carotene. But for underserved communities, you see the drudgery in the production. Nonetheless, they play a very critical role. This was the dry season. Food is not so easy to obtain. And yet these ladies work from early morning to late evening in the production of gari. We just said it is farine. And, you know, they are using rudimentary tools. And I interviewed these producers. And number one, the role they play is very, very important. They have people producing and harvesting cassava for them. I mean, the farm is theirs. Number two, they hire people to do the grating. They do the press and what this process is called the frying. And this lady, on this day of the interview, her daughter was there with her because it was a school holiday. But she was very proud to say, my gari business is sending my child to school. Right? And she also, though, is playing a role. She has her own brand on the roadside. Here you can see this fresh gari produced by Mama Comfort. Right? That's branding. And that's reliability. And they hire somebody to bring their fuel. Each 3 weeks, there is a truck that brings in their firewood for the processing of the gari or the farine. All right? And then nothing is wasted. The skin from the cassava is dried, and she feeds her goats. So the skin is now converted into good curry goat. And here's another state, another system where, you know, underserved communities. This lady is on the roadside selling her products. But again, these are non-competitive items. The blue container here is fermented corn, so you don't need to refrigerate it. This is sweet potato, another resilient crop, can withstand drought. And again, more gari. And this lady here, I don't know how long she was on the roadside, but that's her business. And look at all these products from cassava. And these are products not coming out of any laboratory. These are products from the communities. You see the innovation? They learn what to mix. Look at coconut and some form of cassava. All right, there's another farm already wrapped in plastic. Okay, and they're confectionery, they're other forms of mixtures. All right, so people in these communities are innovative, they're producing, and oftentimes not much is registered. Now, but when you look at a system where there's policy support, right? Here is an example, this is in Costa Rica, where the cassava is brought by people on pickups. It is weighed and registered. And here, this group have access to finance, they have access to technological support. You can see they are following HACCP regulations. They are very efficient. And this cassava is both grated and fresh, neatly packaged for export. At the time of this visit, this was going already sold directly to France. And I want to mention another thing. You see these people from the village, from the community? I think they dedicate, I don't know, maybe a day every 2 weeks where they dedicate, I don't know, maybe 2 hours of their labor for money that goes to the school at the community. This was, to me, very impressive. Right? So there are things that with slight policy support, more can happen. Again here, this is a case in Nigeria. You see the ladies who are sitting and squatting on the roadside. Here is improved technology introduced for the ladies to be a bit more comfortable, better standards, and they are not affected by heat and smoke that much. There's a chimney to take away the smoke, and these thick walls reduce direct heat on them for the processing of the gari or farine. And this is another case of what policy support will do. In Nigeria, you know, I don't know, 250 million people eat cassava every day. There is now a policy in place where the government says, if you're going to make wheat bread, that bread must contain 10% cassava flour. You know how that revolutionized production? Nigeria is now #1 in the world in cassava production. Right? So that is what policy support can do. So I want to share with you that contribution of agriculture is oftentimes underestimated because we wait at the field and we measure it at the market. But if your research has shown that the backward and forward linkages of value chain contribution are oftentimes much higher. And this is especially so in our underserved communities because their contribution of essential drought-tolerant crops in their communities is not often recorded. It's not often recorded. So we want to advocate that we promote policies that seek out that information. So these underserved communities production system contribute to food demands in their areas. So we can advocate for policy reform to ensure inclusion and equity for these silent rural producers. And our colleague from Venezuela gave example where the community was encouraged to negotiate for their voice to be heard. This is very, very important. So input from these food systems or food system-led agriculture is important for development. And yesterday we also heard of the Red Zone Changing Landscape Project is teaching us how to do that. You reach out to the community, you do capacity building, and you make them owners of these changes. From where I sit, our Center of Excellence for Global Food Security and Defense is now seeking your input and collaboration. And we have heard some very, very successful models today. I invite you to participate in a follow-up research for policy formulation implementation, because you have the experience, you have the models. I'm running a project right now. It ends in April, but if you have examples, it doesn't have to be a whole book, a paragraph or two, giving the highlights and the lessons, or where these are models of supportive ag system policies, please share it with us, and we will link you into our network. So we want to encourage more global outreach for research and collaboration. And we believe that this is a way to advocate and, as a matter of fact, effect change for underserved communities. I want to leave you with our contact, but please, if you want to make any contributions to this follow-up research design, we encourage you to share your thoughts with that email there, but also please share it through the Garifuna Heritage Foundation. At this time, Madam Chair, I think I'll stop there and say thank you, Sereme, muchísimas gracias, and I'm open to hear some of your ideas on how to move forward. Thank you.
Okay. And thank you so much, Dr. Marquez Alvarez. When you were introduced to speak, you said that you were not sure if you'll be able to match the standard that came before you, but I can assure you that you really followed in the footsteps of the others, and you have done yourself proud. You gave an excellent presentation, just like all of the other presenters before you. So much for us to really think of. And one of the things, and it came out last night as well in the presentations, is that normally when people come within these spaces, they think that it's just a space for esoterics. But with presentations such as yours, we're seeing the practicality, models, and solutions to alternatives, to solutions to some of the problems that we are facing. So thank you so much for your presentation, and I'm going to open the floor for questions comments. So if you have any comments or questions in relation to Dr. Alvarez's presentation, remember you can post in the chat or in relation to any of the presentations tonight. And we have mentioned earlier as well that you can also send emails, or you can email your comments and questions to urmeconference@gmail.com. So if you have any comments, any questions in relation to any of the presentations, you can let us know. Remember, this is the 9th International Garifuna Conference, hosted by the Garifuna Heritage Foundation in collaboration with the University of the West Indies. And I see Kimberly is back. Kimberly had to disappear to attend to some housekeeping matters. And Kimberly, I must commend you for a job well done. The presentations were really good, but your enthusiastic response to the presentations, I think, was just as good.
Well, you know what it was, Marlon? It was an honest response. That's what it was. So they were excellent presentations. Yes. I'm sorry I had to disappear. I truly apologize. Worst timing of something ever. But thanks to everybody for joining us. Thanks, Marlon, for wrapping up. And I'm enthusiastic because I'm inspired and like everything was so excellent. Truly, truly. You know? So thank you for sharing and thanks for having me be a part of this. I love the work TGHF does. It's great work.
Okay. Right. Thank you, Kim. So, okay, so I'm not seeing any indication in the chat messages. So I think this is a good time for us to wrap up. It has been...
Well, Marian, may I ask that...
oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm curious about the requests. We are doing... a serious gathering of interest. And this is why I'm beckoning. I've heard some very good models, Venezuela, Belize, and another previous speaker, and even yesterday's model from the Red Zone.
Yes.
We are open for collaboration. We don't have big money, but at least we can contribute with technical support. But our key interest is to gather models so that we can present cases for policy support, especially for underserved communities. And we believe that this range of experience and models we heard today can contribute in a very substantial way for us to be effective in this initiative. So I just want to advocate and say that we are serious about this.
Thank you so much. And this is one of the things about this conference. It brings ideas together and it brings the relevant stakeholders together.
So, Mr. Comment?
Okay, I think some.
That's me, Gwen.
Right, Gwen?
All right. Well, I was going to highlight that the presentations from different countries and Dr. Alvarez summed it up as well to show us that across the globe, with the pictures and the wonderful work, he's a humble man, but he has been doing excellent work, one of a kind of work. And the support and the dedication that he has to what he does. I've learned so much about him. The last time I learned so much about pineapple from him. I grew up planting pineapple in a different way. Then he came and he showed us all this modern way and more productive. So he has been doing an awesome job. But it shows that across the globe, we have to begin to network in a serious way. Yes. Because we are going through the same plight. So I really am grateful to Zoila, a woman who has the passion of seeing the advancement of our people. I'm very grateful for that. Her entire team there, when you go there, it's a lot of love. And even through this virtual platform, you can still feel the love. Yes. You know? So in Venezuela, when I heard the report, I said, wow, like our sister and
Andrea, Dr. Andrea.
Dr. Angina was talking about some of the issues that are happening here in my neck of the woods. So it just shows that our plight as indigenous people and people of Afro descent are the same. So how then can we use this platform, this space, to ensure that we link, that we connect? I am so happy with the different presentations because I see a common theme in all of them. And it's all about food security because it is culturally relevant. Every topic here is culturally relevant and interconnected. So I believe the onus is on us to have this dialogue. I know this conference is once a year, but maybe they can be, I don't know if it will be a pre-conference or another thing we call it, but to bring back into the space to see how best now to harness our resources for an action. Because now we're listening. We're listening, we're hearing what each organization and individuals do, and now we have to see now how to put it to action. Because you may even say, yes, we'll contact them, but then we get into our own world. But if we recollect and then provide that support, and it's also heartwarming, because then you know that you're not alone, and you're hearing different methodologies, different strategies, different approach that you can use to enhance what you have. It's not a competition. Because most of the time we function as if we are competing. It's not a competition. And I tell other publishers, right? I said, I'm not here to compete with you. That's not my intention. My intention is to bring another, to show another. So that another comes with the others, and then we have many, right? So that is the mentality that I would really want us to live. And we have to have a passion. I hear all the speakers, and I'm sure they heard in my voice to somebody else that text me and they said, I feel your passion. And I feel the passion from all the presenters. If you're not passionate about something, then it doesn't move ahead. So we have to have the passion. This is about cultural survival, cultural security to our language. Because the cultural component has its language. The business component has its language. So we have to make sure that we survive in a healthy and functional way. Like what Dr. Mar said, I'm a part of the group. She encouraged me, and I said, okay, so I've joined. I go there with my publications as well. And then behind my yard, I have I grow my stuff. You know, so and it's a joy when you see your seeds, you know, transforming. When you see that comes to the plant, when it germinates, and then it actually comes to a plant, then you start to reap, the excitement, you know, and this is what we have to sell. Louis Wade, Pastor Louis Wade, is one of those who come to the activity. And like he said, when I interviewed him, I said, let me go live so that people can hear and come to our marketplace. And like he said, it's not, your hand is not dirty. You know, people say, I don't want to dirty my hands. You're not dirtying your hand, you're working. This is the soil on your hand. Proof of working. So the mind shift has to be a part of the focus, and that is what we're slowly trying to bring back, because the colonizers have done an excellent job at changing us, you know, trying to get rid of our indigenous skills. But now we're seeing, hey, they're beneficial because it's coming back. And we will claim it. We have to claim it together. Together. So thank you very much for this space. You're way in Urume, but this space has shown us that it doesn't matter. It's only a point. It's not a distraction. It's not a hindrance to what we can do. So again, Sereme, Waba, God before us, Wage Loba, and at times we'll be right by his side as he guides us. And let us not forget who we are as a people, as a resilient people. All the blatant abuse that happened, some still happen, no, it's subtle. Yesterday was Exile Day, March 11th, very important day. So we had a vigil, and we heard about our story, how we were exiled, and how life is now in Urume. But the beauty of the exile is that the part of the culture that they suppressed with those who were left behind continued with those who journeyed. Right? So although the subtleness will continue, but we are resilient people. So we have to continue to stand firm, and we have to stand together. That is the key. My grandmother said we have many fingers. Individually, it can be broken. But when you put a fist, it's difficult to break a fist. So we have to fist up and harness all this intelligence. I'm so happy. I'm so pleased at what I've heard so far. And I continue to ask God to bless the team. Bless the team in Urume. Bless. And indeed, our team is so appropriate. Building resilience, creating cultural capital for sustainability,
Certainly.
heritage. Amen. Iterala.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ben Nunes Gonzalez, and that's an excellent note on which we can bring this evening's program to a close. And I must wish you all the best with your project. Well, we looking at the time. Okay, so maybe we can, right? So we'll keep the floor open for another 5. Okay, well, I got that wrong. So remember, we start tomorrow at the same time we started today at 5 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time, and tomorrow it will be the same. We resume at 5. I just want to thank all of the presenters who presented today, day 2 of the 9th International Garifuna Conference. The presentations were so excellent, so thought-provoking, and we look forward to day 3 for the grand finale. Join us tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time.
Thank you very much. When way, I'm saying na Sanjo no buguf. Thank you, Serve.
Serve. Ayo.